Good. So, good morning, everyone. Today is a very good day to be doing this text because there is an eclipse, which will be especially visible in over in the Americas. As it says towards the end of the text, it's a good practice to do on the day of an eclipse. So I hope you take the opportunity, and if you can in the evening, to read it through quietly by yourself and really get the feeling tone of it. On an outer level, in some culture, like in India and for some Tibetans, the eclipse is this battle between Ketu and Ketu, and where one planet is eating another. So people go out in the streets and bang pots and pans to make a noise to tell them to stop. But in terms of meditation, we see the eclipse as the conjunction, the coming together of the male element in the body and the female element, the sun and the moon. They join together in the heart, and this creates the darkness. In this darkness, we can awaken to the nature of awareness, because we are no longer disturbed by the sense of the world being outside ourselves and full of many things that we have to react to. So, as it says in many different texts, suffering arises for us in samsara due to the unawareness which leads to duality and grasping. And this feeds the sense that we have of the real existence and substantiality of all the various things that we encounter. That is to say, our tendency is to move towards fixation. The fixation can take the form of seeing a tree in the garden as something that's always there, but it also comes in the form of a repetition compulsion, in which we repeat patterns again and again so that they seem to be strongly real. We settle in our conclusion about how the world is, and we don't recognize our part in the maintenance of this way of experiencing. Just as in the old traditional example, if you on a dark night take a burning log from the fire and turn it around your head, you will see a circle of fire. As soon as our mind locks onto this sense of the glowing circle, it seems to be something. In fact, of course, the circle is only there because our arm is going round and round. So the dynamic is hidden inside the illusion of the static, or the continuing. Just as in the traditional cinema with the celluloid film, it is the movement of each scene past the projector that creates the seeming true existence of what is happening on the screen. We know it's an illusion, but we believe in the illusion. The illusion confirms for us that we are people who know how the world is. That is to say, knowledge of things becomes the stabilizing function. To clarify, there are things and we know what these things are. This is our activity. It functions to protect us from the anxiety of the vastness of our actual experience. Our basic condition, or the basic state of our existence, is beyond conceptualization. And if we are the thinker, the conceptualizer, this is a troubling fact. We can't get to the truth through our thinking. So we develop a pseudo-truth, relative truth, an imagined truth, and act as if it were true. This is why in the teachings again and again, we are encouraged to reflect on impermanence. When we see the changes with the season, the movement of the clouds and so on in the sky, then we say, oh, the factors that I take to be enduring are not enduring. In our modern life, we go to different schools and then we have jobs in different places and we often lose contact with friends. We find that people who were very important to us, we hardly see. We rely just on the echo memory of them to give us a sense of belonging. And with our own body, breathing in and out, the heart beating, communication through the bowels and so on, this body is nothing but movement. The reason for reflecting on this is that if we see the movement on what we take to be the object side, and we see that these seeming objects are actually patterns of movement, and that our experience of them is something which is changing, this brings us back closer to ourselves. Instead of projecting meaning and value into the things that we identify in the world, we start to attend to the process of the linking of mental experience and phenomenal experience. Then, as we attend to our experience, we find that thoughts, feelings, sensations also are movement. Moreover, it's not even that they are things which are moving, they are movement moving. They are patterns of movement. This is the beginning of loosening our sense of subject and object as truly separate. The object in this moment is arising and passing, but also I, this subject, I'm also arising and passing. How is it possible to be present with this? Although thoughts are moving in the process of movement, we have some background sense of being aware of what is going on. This awareness is not itself moving. Most of the time, we are unaware of awareness. We are aware of the movement of things. This is due to the dullness and thickness and obscuration of me being apart from the world. So it's usual for us to wonder sometimes, what is that? The whatness of things, the seeming there-ness, their seeming existence seems normal, how it is. But maybe this is based on an assumption. It's a common assumption. It flows through our culture. It's the basis of our education. So, for example, if you go out walking with a child and you see a frog, and the child says, "What is that?" We don't say, "No, that is the wrong question." You can ask, "What is it called?" But it is not a thing. Frog is a name applied to an appearance empty of all substantial existence. Such a response might count as a form of child abuse, because we prepare children for the world by giving them access to the common parlance, the usual way of speaking and thinking. The text that we're going to look at is a teaching on how samsara and nirvana arise and how the mind functions and what are the consequences of being unaware of how it is, in order to soften ourselves so that we can open to the subtle brightness of this teaching. We should do some practice. In the Dzogchen tradition, as usual, we begin with refuge. But in this the tradition, we take refuge in the mind itself. This means we don't take refuge in ideas about something, the idea of the Buddha, the knowledge we might have accumulated about Buddhist Dharma. We take refuge in our mind. So we have our mind and the content of the mind. The content of the mind is flowing, changing moment by moment. We have thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, plans, sudden confusions which can arise for us. If you like, these are the contents of the mind. They are here with the mind, as it were, in the mind, and then gone. So we don't want to take refuge in them because they're already vanishing. Sometimes if you're meditating, you might have a wonderful idea, a great insight. And it might be very tempting to stop meditating and write it down. But then what you have is some writing on a piece of paper, and something else is directly arising in the mind. So we are all familiar with the seductive power of what is arising to hook attention and to bring us into an intense valuation of the present profile of the content of our experience. As long as we experience our mind as being something small and restricted, when we take the bodhisattva vow, we're being slightly hypocritical. I, this small, limited, neurotic person, will save all sentient beings. That's a bit foolish. All sentient beings that's a big, big number. I have to have a mind, a heart, an awareness which is big enough to encompass all these beings. It's why we again and again look for the mind itself. It's not that the thoughts, feelings, sensations are bad or wrong in themselves. It's that we are habituated to relying on the finite, things which have shape, color, beginning, ending, defined meaning, and so on. We know how to approach the finite because we ourselves feel finite. I can tell you about my watch, and I can tell you about myself. In ordinary Western thought, I began from the contact of my parents' body. And eventually I came out of my mother's body. My watch began in the design department in Switzerland and was developed in a factory and eventually came to me. It was born into my possession. This makes sense. This rings true for us. But according to the tradition, it is delusion, which is why we, if we wish, we can kindly offer ourselves the opportunity of releasing ourselves from identification with the finite so that our own true ground, which is infinite or without limit, becomes more apparent. So now we do this Guru Yoga of the White R. This is a very simple and direct way of opening to the open. The mind is always open, but as I was just indicating, we often close into our identification with the finite. We are preoccupied with the transient contents of experience. But when we do this practice, we imagine in front of us, about 2 arms length, the white letter R, about as high as a fist. It's surrounded by light of the 5 colors, white, red, blue, yellow, and green, which represent the potential of the R. The R is ungraspable emptiness, the essence of all things, primordial purity. And these 5 colors represent the potential manifesting as instant presence, as open clarity, and as movement within it. So with just the felt sense of this, We make the sound of ah 3 times, releasing all the tensions and fixations that we are carrying. And with the ending of the sound of the third ah, the image in front of us dissolves into space, and we just sit relaxed and open. Don't hold the mind inside and appearance outside. The division of inner and outer is a conceptual delusion. The field of occurrence, the openness within which experience is arising, is not one homogenized horizon, but there is an infinite variety of arisings, none of which has an autonomous existence. We just sit and let the moving move and remain open. And we will do this practice several times over the next 2 days. And when you're sitting, you can gently allow the arising of the 5 questions. Does the mind have color and shape? Is it big or small? Does it come from somewhere? Does it stay somewhere? And does it go somewhere? This is your mind. It can be quite shocking to realize how little you know about your mind and how much you know about thoughts. The thoughts are always vanishing. The mind is always here, relying on the vanishing when you could settle into the stable. Well, that's quite a choice. Okay. So we do this 3-hour practice and just sit for a while. We'll sit for about 10 minutes. Okay. This looking for the mind is vital and difficult. So it's recommended when you can, if you have a day where the sky is open without clouds, then sit outside with the sun behind you so it's not coming in your eyes, and just gaze into the sky. You're not staring, you're not looking for anything. Even if you are looking for something, there is nothing to find. The more you open to the openness of the sky, you find that there is less substance and definition to yourself. You are looking, but in a sense, no one is looking. It's useful to do it for 5 minutes, then take a small rest and gradually build up your capacity till you have a situation where it is as if the sky is looking at the sky of your presence, of the basic awareness, and the sky of the space of phenomena are both empty and available. And this is the basis of Dzogchen meditation. It's not something that we're doing. It's not like a tantric visualization. We're relaxing out of identification with the particular so that we experience the non-duality of awareness and whatever is occurring. It's very important to have a sense of the meaning of non-duality. Not two means there aren't two, but it's also not just one. if I have one apple and one orange, I have two pieces of fruit. One and one is two. So if you conceptualize emptiness or openness as a thing, then you end up in this perverse arithmetic of adding emptiness to experiences, because it's not form and it's not emptiness and appearance, it's empty appearance. The appearance is empty and yet it's appearing. Because it's appearing, is it really empty? Because it's empty, is it really appearing? Both together. So we see in the statues of Yabyum this idea of union or yuganada, in which there are not two and not one, but both. So this requires us to soften our minds so that we can be comfortable with paradox, so that we're not rushing towards a premature conclusion. So if we read, oh, the mind is open and empty, we might think, oh, so that's what it is. But the mind is also clarity or luminosity. Oh, so that's what it is. So we have to remember that in teaching or in reading a book, you are moving in a linear progression across what we take to be time, from this page to that page, from this word to that word. And what is helpful to do is to embrace it all at once. It's not either or. Non-duality means non-contradiction. The basis of polarities is mutual exclusion. If it's a subject, it's not an object. If it's an object, it's not a subject. But of course, if you are sitting in a cafe talking with a friend, you feel I'm a subject and here is my friend. I can describe them and think about them. They are an object for me. But for them, they are the subject and you are the object. They're looking at you and thinking, oh, is that your new hairstyle? So there we see that we can't define something as purely subject and someone else as purely object. This is a pulsatory, interactive, in a sense, beyond simplification. But in fact, it becomes simple if we accept that complex interaction is how it is. It comes all at once. It's once we try to sort it out that we get a headache. Then we are naming and controlling and organizing and feeling frustrated and betrayed and so on. So the mind is open. Keeping a flavor of this, we can start to look at the text. The title of the text is Kuntu Sampo Monlam. Monlam usually means aspiration. In this book, Finding Freedom, page 251, I translate it as evocation. Samantabhadra, the primordial Buddha, has a good wish for us. He wants the best for us. He is trying to evoke in this text, by his own words, he's trying to evoke our awakening to our own unborn nature. In the tradition, we say that Samantabhadra is different from the other Buddhas. We can read the biographies of Buddhas. We can read some of the Jataka tales of Buddha Shakyamuni's previous lives and how he developed his great compassion and store of merit, how he moved from unawareness to awareness. But this primordial Buddha, Samantabhadra, or in Tibetan Kuntu Zangpo, he has never strayed from awareness. So he represents the unchanging openness and purity of the Buddha potential, we experience ourselves as wandering in samsara. We are our own unique personality, the shape of our body, the amount of money we have in the bank, and so on. We are defined and directed by our qualities. Our qualities operate like keys that open certain doors in the world or keep them closed in front of us. This is delusion. And now he's going to describe how we come to be in a situation where our knowledge of limitations and how they operate becomes the way in which the ego can survive. Knowing what I'm like, I don't bother doing that because I know I couldn't. That is to say, our starting point in considering ourselves is often a definition or conclusion about ourselves, a summative, totalized notion of our particular potential. So it helps if we're aware of how we hold ourselves together, how we shape ourselves in different situations, when we relate to different kinds of people, liking them, not liking them, and so on. Because what helps us to survive in this difficult world is what binds us to our dualistic understanding of this difficult world. So Samantabhadra is going to offer us a very different account or view of our actual situation. Oh, it begins ho, means like wake up, come alive, don't be complacent. All the possible appearances and existences of samsara and nirvana. This means everything, everywhere, the names of all the people in all the football teams in all the world, anything you could imagine, the names of all the different kinds of insects, all the things that you will never know in this life, absolutely everything, all of these forms have the same source. The text says ji chik, which means one source, but it's not exactly one. It means that they have the same source. It's not one because it can't be defined as in such a tight way. One is immediately reductive. Everything has the same source. That is to say, it arises as the expression of the ungraspable ground. Because it is ungraspable, you can't say it's one or many. You can't actually say that it's the same or different. When we say it's the same, it means there is no other ground than this, but that doesn't mean that we can get hold of what this is. We can't nail it down. So in that sense, we have to, when we read a text like this, it's like reading poetry. It's evocative. It involves a particular mood. And the mood is relaxation, openness. If you start thinking about this and worrying, yeah, but how can that be? This doesn't seem right. Then it might be useful to recognize, oh, I am attending to my thoughts and anxieties and worries. I've lost the text. Although everything has the same source, two paths and two results arise from this. These paths and results manifest as the magical display of awareness and unawareness. A magical display is one in which there is an appearance, but we say, oh, but it's not real, it's just magic. Say, oh, it's not real, it's magic. Magic here is like it indicates non-duality. It's the middle point between substantially, reliably, solidly real, and on the other hand, empty, nothing at all, just a kind of non-existence. So both awareness and unawareness, from this point of view, have the same status. They are not things. They are not something to get to or something that you are. Now, when we talk about it, we are brought into the conceptual structures embedded in language. So we want to listen, not in a suspicious way or a doubting way, that wouldn't be helpful, but more in a relaxed way that entertains possibilities. A conclusion brings things to an end, but life is going on. This process is without beginning and without end. So it's we stay open to the unfolding of these two paths of possibility. To be aware is to be aware of the emptiness of the ground. Ground or basis or base or foundation, they can all seem a little bit solid. We know we stand on the ground, but the more normal image is the sky. In the sky, we have rainbows and clouds. So the sky itself doesn't have any content of its own, but it can show different contents. The ground is primordially pure. That is to say, it has no content of its own. And because of that, it doesn't stand in relation to anything else. So again, with non-duality, there is form and emptiness, but we're not bringing together these two different dimensions, the dimension of form and the dimension of emptiness, because form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The ground is, excuse me, open, empty, pure, Vajra, indestructible, with many qualities. Our mind is like the sky. You can't find the sky. It has no top or bottom. Here, sky and space are the same, means that the planet Earth is in space. It's not displacing space. The basis for all things, all beings, ourselves, is an ungraspable openness. We can be aware of this or unaware of this. Buddhas are aware of this. Sentient beings are unaware of this. This awareness in Tibetan Rigpa means the inherent illuminative power of openness. It's not being aware of something, nor is it really being aware of nothing, as in nothing at all. It is aware of the indeterminacy of the base, the indeterminacy of the sky. In a country like Britain, the weather is changing all the time. We look at the sky, 1 minute it looks blue, then it's quite cloudy, then it's raining. The sky is open. That's why it is hospitable to the clouds. Because of this hospitality or potential of showing, of making available, on one level, if we say, how is the sky? We have to say, oh, it's open. On the other hand, how is it? Well, let's look, we have to see, it changes. So this is the same with the mind. The mind is open, empty, and yet full. There is no contradiction between being open and empty and full. Even when the sky is very dark and there's thunder and heavy rain, the sky is open. It is the openness of the sky that allows the storm to be there. So it is the openness of the basic ground which allows the different formations to arise. Awareness is not an observer, but it is the illumination of this situation. Sometimes it's described as being like the sky. Without the sun, the sky is dark. Then when as gradually towards dawn, the sun comes more and more present, and then everything is illuminated. The clarity of the rays of the sun allow the diversity of experience to arise. In the dark of night, if it's a very dark night, there's no differentiation. The radiance of awareness allows the diversity of all the forms of the potential, and it illuminates them within this space of awareness, within the space of the mind. Okay, if we take a break for 25 minutes and come back at 11:45 English time. Good, thank you. Okay, it's about our time. Everyone ready? Yeah, good. So then the text says, by this evocation of Samantabhadra, in the palace of infinite hospitality, may all beings awaken to full enlightenment. Samantabhadra is calling us to be here where we already are, which is in the Dharmadhatu palace, or the spacious hospitality of all things. And by this, may all beings become fully enlightened. That is to say, just by being aware that you are within the Dharmadhatu is the space where everything occurs. It's how the base or the ground shows itself. It is the containment of experience. This containment is inclusive. What we find in terms of our ego identity, that we are exclusive. That is to say, the self and other people are not me. Britain is not in the European Union. We define ourselves by rejection. Because I am not that, I am this. The Dharmadhatu is a space free of these foolish mental games. We see all over the world the power of nationalism, and that many very unpleasant people become very powerful by claiming to speak for the people. You are the best. You are better than other people. Without doing anything, just because you're one of us, you're the best. This is a kind of dull stupidity, which essentially says, you are a concept. I am British. People march up and down, they're happy to kill other people because they are British. But when you look into what does it mean to be British or Brazilian or German, these words start to dissolve in front of you. A word like German is not signifying something simple and with a definition that everyone would agree to. So this is the meaning of the Dharmadhatu. It's a space free of the delusive generation or fabrication of entities on the basis of extreme definition. It means that you don't have to hold yourself together by believing in yourself. Belief is a kind of glue that holds the fragments of a personality together. Like when people look in the mirror and they repeat affirmations, I am a beautiful person, I will fulfill my dreams. Telling yourself who you are is to establish a belief in a fantasy. So when we relax out of mental fabrication and allow whatever is occurring to be where it is in its own place, we find that all these events or arising moments are here and then self-dissolving. In our lives, when we look back, we see we have been thousands and thousands of different people. So many precise moments, unrepeatable moments that were how I am and then how I'm not. You can't find stability in the finite. So awareness is aware of the non-finite, and unawareness is dependence upon the pseudo-finite. So then he moves on to the next session. The source of all is uncompounded. It is self-arisen, infinite, inexpressible, and impossible to label as samsara or nirvana. These are five, we could say, qualities of the source, but they're not defining the source. They're more to help us not to misidentify the source. The first is uncompounded, means it's not constructed, it's not produced, it's not a composite. Human beings are specialist makers. Even people who have a very simple life living in the jungle know how to tie creepers from the jungle and use it as ropes to bind the bits of bamboo together. We take and we shape. And this is what we experience as samsara. But the mind itself, the base, the source, the ground is not something put together. This has three aspects. Firstly, there is not a doer who makes it, not created by some god. It's how it is. It just is. Secondly, there are not things other than the ground which are added on to make the ground. And thirdly, the ground is not a construct. It's not something which has been put together and then can be defined in terms of its ingredients or its shape or what it's like or what it's not like. The second aspect, Rangjung, is translated here as self-arisen. It means arisen by itself. It hasn't raised itself. That is to say that the rising up or the presence is not something it has done. It hasn't improved or developed itself. Again, we have to be mindful of the dulling seduction of language. There are many terms in Tibetan which have this form: self-arising, self-appearing, self-aware, and so on. Here, this self-arisen means something more like as is. It hasn't come from anywhere else. If you look, you find it, but not as an it or a something. It is uncaused, unproduced. This really only becomes evident when we do more meditation practice. Thirdly, it's infinite. The Tibetan says Hlongyang, which means it's deep and vast. You can't come to a limit of it. You can't measure it. It is wherever you are. That is to say, the one who can be aware of this is not aware of something other than itself. If I need to buy shoes, I can measure my own feet. So I, as a subject, stand in relation to my own feet. any bit of my body which feels like me can also be an object. Oh, usually I don't have a heart. I'm just alive. Then maybe I feel some palpitation and I go to the doctor and say, oh, I seem to have a problem with my heart. The problem has made the heart visible. It's become a kind of limit which interrupts the integrity of my body. And if I go to the doctor and say, my heart is not good, if he says, well, but your knees are really good. For your age, you have good knees. That's irrelevant. It's my heart. So in that way, we see how a concept with an affective charge creates a kind of separated validity to an arising experience. So one of the implications of this infinity or unbounded openness or expansiveness is that it can't be measured, and so it can't be controlled. You can't catch it to put it in a box. It evades or eludes whatever you try to say about it. And that is the fourth aspect, inexpressible. Whatever you say about it tells you something about the sayer, not what appears to be the thing talked about. That is to say, your source, not from 1,000 million years ago, but now, moment by moment, the source of your present in this moment is not a thing. It's not something you have. It's not something other than you. It's not something mysterious. This is an invitation to relax your dependence on concepts and language. As we were looking earlier, you can't see the sky as a thing, but it doesn't mean that you can't see it. When you see the sky, you don't see something, you find yourself opening into this vastness. In terms of the how we are in the world, language tends to be our limit. If we can't name it, we can't shape it and do something with it. This is what we see in terms of climate change and the way in which we exploit our environment. If you're part of the environment and you feel you're belonging with it, then this reduces the sense that it's something you can act on for your own purposes. But when we put ourselves first, our ego desire first, then we can name everything around us in terms of whether it gives us an advantage or not. So inexpressible here is a kind of encouragement to us to step out of the game of power, which is embedded in language, and open to an aesthetic appreciation of the life of the senses. And the fifth aspect is that the name samsara and the name nirvana has neither of these names has any purchase on the source. They can't incorporate the ground within them. So samsara is the experience of moving from one situation to another. I go into different situations. It seems there is a continuity to me because I go to the shops, I go to do some study, I go to cook something in the kitchen. But in each of these situations, I am co-emergent with the environment. How I feel in the supermarket is different from how I feel when I'm reading a text. So this is samsara. We find ourselves in places and we arise in accordance with that, whether we are in a God realm or a hell realm or animal. There is subject and object are moving together. And nirvana is peace. It's freedom from that identification as an entity moving. We can say things about samsara and we can say things about nirvana because they are interpreted states. But the source is beyond any interpretation. My source, what I am emerging from and with and in, is not a now. If I am this solid, heavy person, and I'm not standing on anything, then that's very frightening. Like a character in a cartoon, I run off the cliff edge and crash onto the ground, making a big hole. Now, my solidity seems reliable, in which case this text is nonsense. And we stop now and go off and have a nice weekend. Or maybe for some reason, we think, oh, maybe Samantha Badra knows better than me. Maybe my solidity, my reality is a mode of experiencing rather than an accurate account of a factual situation. So what he says is in the next sentence, awareness as this suchness is Buddhahood. It is to say, when you are aware of this ungraspable openness, that itself is Buddhahood. All the qualities of the Buddha and all the problems of samsara arise from whether the open source is something one is aware of or not. We become aware of it by being it or being present as it. Awareness is not like knowing. To know is to know something. Even if we say, I know today is Saturday. Saturday is a very kind of abstract way of naming a section of what we take to be time. But by having a confident reliance on the concept, I can feel competent in my life by being able to say today is Saturday. So there is a subject, an object, and a verb, an activity of knowing. The verb, the activity is the movement between subject and object. Awareness is free of this. Like looking at the sky, it's simply being present with this. I'm not making this happen. I am availing myself of the available. The openness of the sky is there. It is available. I don't have to buy it. I don't have to steal it. But I can't access it unless I am available. Probably we all know what it's like to go for a walk on a beautiful day when we are caught up inside our own thoughts and feelings. The bright beauty is all around us, freely available, but we are unavailable to avail ourselves of it. So being aware is to be free of preoccupation, free of identification with the content of the mind, free of the activity of building up patterns of the mind, free of judgment and the attribution of value. And because of that, free of the mode of partial participation by trying to get what we want and keep away what we don't want. So saying Buddhahood is precisely the openness to the open source. However, unaware of this, sentient beings wander in samsara. This is the key point, whether you are aware or unaware. No amount of knowing things will make you aware, because awareness is not the product of a process of making. It's not a thing. It is the intrinsic clarity of the mind. When we are unaware, then we wander in samsara, full of confusion. Why, why, why do all these things happen? Samsara is bewildering. There's this case in America of a father taking his son to the gun shop and buying an automatic weapon, leaving it in the house. The son takes it to school, and the teachers say, "We're worried about the boy." They ask the parents to come. The teachers say, "Please take your child home." And the parents say no. The child stays at school and then kills children. When we read of events like this, it is, you can't think of it. Why would anybody do that? What were they thinking? No, that's because my mind doesn't think in that way. But in America, clearly many people think having a gun is a sign of freedom. This is samsara, wandering in samsara. All kinds of patterns of ideas arise in the mind. The British went out in the colonial period and invaded many countries and took the wealth of these countries and enslaved people. But now we hear that the Chinese are doing a lot of spying in Britain. They are doing industrial espionage, and we feel outraged. They are invading our boundary. How dare they do that? They do that because they are not British. And they remember that the British went to China to force the Chinese to accept all the opium we wanted to sell them from India, which we had already stolen. How strange that thieves don't like it when people steal from them. So this is samsara. We don't see the whole picture, the big picture. We are in our little tunnel vision in which our particular interpretation seems to be true. So then Samantabhadra says, may all beings in the three realms be aware in the truth of the ineffable base. May all beings be aware of their own base, their own source. We don't have to go on pilgrimage to find this. We don't need to study very much to find this. What we do need is to be suspicious of the dualistic way of thinking or the relative truth structuring of our cultures and our education and our way of proceeding in the world. In this world, where we are, how we find ourselves, there is always a lot to be worried about. In what the Buddha says, you won't find freedom in duality, because in duality, subject is tied to object, and the object is never quite right. There's always something that could be done to improve the situation. There's always more to do because we want to make our life good, but it's never good enough because we can see that it could be improved. Now, Dzogchen, Dzogpa Chempo means the great perfection or the already perfect or the already complete. It means finished, exhausted. That's it. Like with children when they want to argue about bedtimes or what they're going to eat, at a certain point say, end of, finish. You put in the full stop, that's it. So this is the meaning of Dzogchen. It's like this. It's not going to ever be other than this. Try as you can, you can't change how it is. What you do is you imagine how it is not. And then you endlessly try to rearrange your imagined world, but it requires belief to keep it in existence, and that is the basis of your busyness. All beings have the potential for awareness. What you need is already with you. So you have to, it helps if you open yourself to how you are. But by thinking about what you are, you create more and more obscuration to the more subtle opening to how you are. So then Samantabhadra says, I, Samantabhadra, affirm the truth of the source free of causes and conditions. In the tradition, we believe this is the authentic voice of Samantabhadra. And he's saying, he affirms, he says, this is right. This is the nature, or this is how the source is, and it's free of causes and conditions. It is unchanging. Everything which arises due to causes and conditions is impermanent. Buildings are impermanent, ships are impermanent, gardens are impermanent, because a factor moving in a field of dynamic factors will be shifted around. But the truth or the actuality or the Vajra unwaveringness of the source is something that just is. So this just is there doesn't mean it is something, but it means is in the sense of presence. If you watch a good singer and they're singing and they're completely there, they are in that moment. What are they? They are what they are, or they are, rather, they are as they are, not what they are. That is to say, you can't, they will elude any definition. You say this is great or wonderful or marvelous, but it doesn't touch this moment. Then he says, awareness is intrinsically present with the source itself. It's number 16. Awareness is intrinsically present with the source itself. That is to say, the openness and awareness of it are not two things. So this is very important, because although awareness and unawareness arise magically from the source, awareness is not awareness of the source. It is, as it were, the intrinsic awareness, which is the source. Again, in language, it's very difficult to describe, but you could say that awareness is non-dual. It's just open to the open, sky to sky, or sky with sky. But unawareness is almost like it turns its back on the openness. It is the condition of the delusion of there being something other than the source, and creates the sense of inherent existence, standing apart from the source of what am I? But we'll look at that in more detail a bit further down. There's awareness untouched by the faults of separating outer and inner and employing biased judgments. And employing biased judgments. That is to say, the source has no boundary. Awareness of the source is also without limit. And so there is no support for awareness to take up a biased position. Now, living in England, I might say, oh, the Spanish people are very lucky. They have a good sky, a big blue sky. We only get a cloudy, rainy sky. Their sky is inherently better than ours. This is a statement of emotion. It's not true. The sky is the sky. The open space within which everything is arising it has inherently no shape or color. It's equal everywhere. What I am talking about is how I name the sky. Now, if if an aeroplane is going from France across Spain, they have to inform the Spanish air control because the plane is entering Spanish airspace. This is clearly a very strange dualistic concept. It's a fiction. It says the country owns the space above it. And this arises by imagining that everything is a commodity. But so what he's saying is that this awareness is free of any kind of reliance on attributions such as inner and outer, good quality, bad quality, and so on. Moreover, this awareness inseparable from the ground is untainted by the darkness of the loss of recollection. And so what is arising is spontaneous or inherent appearance free of faults. That is to say, the mind sees its own display. We have to remember, when we say mind here, it doesn't mean my James Lowe mind. It means the mind which reveals the contents which take on the formations to which the conventional name James Lowe can be applied. So the darkness of the loss of recollection arises as unawareness. Awareness and unawareness are neither the same nor truly separate. Unawareness is simply the lack of an awareness of the openness, which it is inseparable from. So this language is not very accurate, but if we say with awareness, the knower and the known are inseparable. Not that there is something which is known. We could say the illuminating and the illuminated arise together. When at the time of the dawn, as the sun rises, it brings the world with it. When the night is very, very dark, you don't see anything. It's as if nothing is there. But the clarity of awareness reveals everything, and that clarity or revelation is inseparable from the sun. Now, when you start with the assumption that there are these two domains, there is the sun and the world. The sun lets me see the world which I saw yesterday. I'm here, the sun is there, and here is the world. Now, this is a conceptual interpretation. You stay outside in the dark and undifferentiation. This is the potential. As the sun arises, the potential of the undifferentiated appears as diversity if you stay present in that moment without conceptualizing, without importing things you learned from school or read in the newspapers. If you just stay with the immediacy of the experience, you see the differentiation is the potential of the undifferentiated. No things are involved in that. There is experience which is arising and passing, arising and passing, arising and passing. When we stay with this, we can start to see that what we take to be all these things outside in the world, what is referred to sometimes as the outer luminosity, this is arising as a mode of interpretation, in that actually there is no outer and inner. And so what is called the inner luminosity, or the inclusion of every appearance within the great tigli of the mind, the great ball of the mind. It's not an idealistic view. It's not saying, oh, this is all just something we imagine. Because as we'll see, experience is not merely conceptual, it's energetic, and this energy has impact and all kind of contours. On a general level, we can say that we start to move from reified, separate entities towards the field of my experience. And this field of experience, who is the experiencer? When we look with these 5 questions we had earlier, we start to see that there is looking, but no one's looking. Seeing or illumination is the immediacy of the brightness of the field. And then everything is complete within this diverse simplicity. So whatever occurs, even the darkness of the loss of recollection, which is the quality of unawareness, does not touch the openness of the source. This darkness is like being out in the country at night and stumbling around and touching a wet stone and thinking it's a snake and being full of imaginations. What is imagined is not there. Like the traditional story of the farmer walking at night and seeing a snake on the path. He hits at it with his stick and then sees, oh, it's a piece of rope. It was no snake. This unawareness is the realm of mistaken identity, activity of identification. Whereas awareness is the clarity of, oh, it's this. So we take a break now for an hour and back at 2:00 and continue with the text. Have a good break. Good. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Lovely life. Bye for now. So we're just about time to start. I think it's already being advertised on the website, but we have 2 new dates for January to finish the last 2 parts of the Finding Freedom book. The first is the 29th and 30th of January, and the second is the 12th and 13th of March. And it'll be at the same time as this weekend. So in Dharma, we often say, may all beings be happy. And partly that's because we like happiness and we don't like suffering. But for meditators, we also need to observe how we are when we are happy and how we are when we are sad. When some difficulty happens, it's very easy to become anxious, preoccupied, thinking about the past, worrying about the future. And this makes us less available. Whereas when we're happy, we relax, life seems easier, and there is more space. There's more space for us to experience the diversity of what's around us, and more space for us to experience the flow of our thoughts and feelings without feeling caught up in them so strongly. So when we do this, the 3-hour practice, we begin by relaxing and releasing. When we're troubled, we often feel as if our thoughts, our feelings are catching us and taking us over. But the stickiness of the thought comes from the mind, not from the thought itself. Just as cigarettes are sticky for people who smoke cigarettes, but they're quite smooth and uninteresting for people who don't smoke. What's interesting about the cigarette is that I'm interested in it. And it's the same with our thoughts, feelings, and so on. So again, we do the 3-hour practice. And if we have a sense that I tense up and I grasp, this is my activity. When I release, I'm not working so hard and I can relax. That is a very simple basis of the practice. Then I have more space to open to the open. Okay, so we do the 3R again now. Ah. Okay. The the value or intensity of the thought is reinforced by how you think about it. If you're talking with a friend and they're worried about something and they go round and round and round, at a point you might feel you're going a bit crazy. You feel enough, please. But they keep going because it has value for them. They're caught up in chasing a value which they think is inside what they're thinking about. And they're not recognizing that they themselves are the one massaging the meaning and value into this pattern of thought. Like one of these batteryless torches that works by squeezing. Every time you squeeze it, the light gets a little bit stronger. So it's the same with our thoughts, feelings, sensations. They are what they are. They arise. They are impermanent of their own nature, but we can solidify them and make them seem very powerful. So the thought is going, but we hold it. Something more to say, something more to think. This has two aspects. Firstly, we don't directly see, oh, all thoughts are impermanent, because we merge into the thought and its reactivation again and again intensifies its sense of value and duration. So letting go is really at the heart of the practice. Letting go of what is going, it's not a big sacrifice. It was going. So it's helpful to sometimes to get out old photographs of yourself or your family when you were young. That was me. But that version of me is gone. All that I was so concerned about my teacher at school and people not liking me in the playground, where is it gone? Probably our parents said to us, oh, these things happen, don't worry, you'll get over it. But when it's happening to you, it doesn't feel like that. Then you think, they don't understand, they don't know what it's like. That, if you can bring up that remembrance, then you see, oh, my own attachment was intensifying my distress. Then we see the universal nature of suffering, getting what we don't want and not getting what we do want. The samsaric response to that is to decide, I'm going to become so powerful, so rich, that I will be able to have life the way I want it. But there's a lot of evidence that that doesn't work. We are not the boss. We're not the slave. We're in the middle. We have to be flexible. So what he has been saying is awareness is inseparable from the pure source. Awareness reveals its own potential. Here it's called the rangnang. It means It's a kind of self-display or self-appearance. And this display is free of faults. The display has no self-substance. It is an illusion. If we go out after some rain and we see a rainbow, but it's not very strong in color, we might think, oh, what a useless rainbow. And we have to really consider, what am I saying? The value of the rainbow is determined by me. My opinion is the truth of the world. If we can see that this is the voice of madness, then we can allow it to be as it is. Oh, this rainbow is so faint, so almost vanished, so tender. How different it seems when I put the rainbow at the center and not myself. Oh, this is what he's saying, is that whatever is revealed or whatever shows as the energy of awareness is firstly not separate from awareness, and awareness is not separate from the open empty source. So the source, the awareness, and the display are all empty. And this is perfect. It's just as it is. It's without any fault. Of course, when our ego self intrudes into this with its preferences, its habit formations, its tendency to judge, it quickly finds something to complain about. The ego says, my map is correct. This territory is shit. If this territory was to fit my map, it would be good. I don't know who made all this stuff out here, trees and houses and stuff, but they didn't follow my map. So whenever you find yourself being caught up in strong opinions, judgments, strongly liking, disliking, and so on, try to observe the framework of beliefs and attitudes that these strong feelings are arising from. And it says intrinsic awareness, the awareness which has been with you from the very beginning, from the beginningless beginning, is fresh and unchanging. Or we could translate it, or it remains always fresh. It's not constructed, and it's not touched by anything. When assumptions which are unaware thicken, it can hide the freshness of awareness. But the freshness itself is not lost. This is because nothing touches awareness. So the key thing here is to get a real sensitivity to this, so that you can use it for making micro adjustments when you are meditating. The one who is obscured or heavy or dull or bored or agitated or distracted, these are the sort of closed vibrations of the ego self. And we are touched by them. We feel irritated. It's as if the whole of oneself is irritating, or the whole of oneself is tired or uninspired. But Rigpa awareness is not like this. It cannot be touched because it is inseparable from the ground source, which is like the sky. It has no substance to be touched. So in terms of your own practice, when the mind is not clear, if you're following the general Buddhist path, then the advice is to work on clarifying your mind with Dorji Sempa, or praying to Padmasambhava for blessing and so on. On one level, this is not bad to do, but it is artificial. And therefore, the result will not last long. But if we remember this teaching here from Kuntuzangpo, he says, your own mind, your intrinsic awareness It's always fresh. So it's calm and open. So I might think, oh, it must be hidden inside me because I'm experiencing all this stuff. Now you have a concept of the pure awareness and the impure concept. So we have to go back to the beginning of the text. He says there's one ground, or it is the same ground for awareness and unawareness. No matter how it arises, unawareness has no other ground. The ground is open and empty. The children are open and empty. The fact that the child of unawareness is not aware that it is open and empty doesn't stop it being open and empty. It is the belief that I have a problem that leads me to try to solve the problem. Don't try to change anything. Sit with the mind as the openness. This is why the practice is difficult, because you might think, I'm just sitting here and my mind is dull and stupid. I'm wasting my time. Well, I don't know in your country if you played this game in school, but we used to play sitting opposite someone and staring and to see who would blink first. Well, we have the same thing here. Fresh mind and dull, stupid mind. Who's going to blink? Fresh mind blinks because it's not really fresh. It's still a bit obscured. So your relative intelligence says, this is pointless. I'll get up and make a cup of tea and maybe do some more later. You have lost the clarity that all phenomena are impermanent. If you sit, the dullness will vanish. Only by doing this do you see, oh, the clarity is there, but obscured. The clarity is always there, but sometimes obscured. The more you blink, the more you, excuse me, get a glimpse of the clear blue sky, the more you know, oh, the sky is blue, even when it looks gray. Every arising thing is a passing thing. So he's saying the freshness of intrinsic awareness, which is intrinsic to you, it is your basic lucidity. Trust the freshness. Unawareness is an arena of belief. I can't meditate. This is stupid. That's a belief. Awareness is not based on belief. It shines through, but you have to be available for the shining through. So then he says that this our own awareness is free of fear and panic, even if the three worlds are destroyed. I'm someone and I have to be somewhere. Maybe next life I'll be an animal, maybe I'll be in the God realm, because as a someone I have to be somewhere. But he's saying, oh, if the three worlds means, like, it's a short way of saying, if every potential environment, there would be no fear or panic, because the thought, where would I go, is already answered. Because awareness doesn't go anywhere. It hasn't come from anywhere. It doesn't stay anywhere. Whatever is coming and going doesn't touch it, like a reflection in a mirror. Then he says, with the non-duality of appearance and mind, there is no attachment to the pleasure of the five senses. So the appearances are arising in the mind. They are displayed because of the clarity of your own mind. It is occurring because you're not dead. Yeah. With the non-duality of appearance and mind, there is no attachment to the pleasure of the five senses. So, mind and appearance are not two things. Like in the earlier example, the sun comes up and the world is revealed. They are not two different dimensions. When you are present with appearance, it is always self-arising and self-vanishing. You can see this for yourself. You hear a sound and it's gone. you put some tea in your mouth and either you spit it out or you swallow it. So it's like this, just coming, coming, coming. And therefore, there is no attachment to the pleasures of the five senses because the pleasure arises as part of the passing. Oh, if some gorgeous person comes and runs their finger down my face and says, "Oh, James," that might be very nice. But if they just stick their finger on the side of my head, it's not so interesting. I experience some sensation, but it's starting to get a bit annoying. It is the vanishing, the arising and vanishing of the sensation, which is so delicious. What we see is like this. Light is movement. We see light. Sound is movement, is vibration. That's what we hear. For that reason, if you are present with the senses, not concepts about the senses, but with the senses, there is no attachment. And he says self-arising awareness is free of concepts. And so it is free of material form and the five poisons. So material form seems to be something which is there. And some of us have looked at this point many times before. This is my cup. If I turn it around, it remains my cup in terms of the concept of my cup. But in terms of awareness of what is being disclosed or illuminated moment by moment, each turn is uniquely this, fresh, unrepeatable. Because the tension in my hand in holding the cup will shift second by second. This emerging or emergent or displaying is not a thing. There's no referent, no some fixed thing that I am talking about like the cup. So the mind, not relying on concepts, is free of material form. It's free of the concept of my mind as if my mind was a thing. And it's free of the concept of cup as if the cup was a thing. And because of this, it's free of the five poisons. The first poison, the mental dullness or opacity, is the domain of nouns taken to be referring to existence. So the cup in my hand, the term the cup is referring to this definite thing, and we know what a cup is. But that's a concept. If we simply relax free of the concept and look, the whatness of this thins, and there's just a how. How is it revealing itself? And how is always a dialogue, not a monologue. How it's revealed is not independent of me, of my mood, the strength of my arm. All of that is influencing the unfolding of the potential of this for me in this moment. So if I think there is a real thing there, the noun, then the noun becomes the kind of owner or guarantor of the facticity of the thing. And then these other four poisons fly around this solid noun, drawing out relational potential, desire, aversion, pride, jealousy. So we all know from the ego point of view what it's like to be pulled into that turbulent arena of shifting values. And it's good to get out of it. And the quick way is through self-arising or self-manifesting awareness. So then he says the clarity aspect of awareness is uninterrupted. That is to say, although the essence of awareness is empty, you can't find any defining substance to it, and this is unchanging. The clarity aspect, the display, what is filling the space of awareness, that is uninterrupted. That is to say, the sun and its light are not two different things. So then he says, the single essence, which is to say, single here meaning the undivided essence, the non-dual essence, has 5 wisdoms or 5 illuminations arising from it. So this is described in many different ways, but one is to say this single essence, most basic manifestation is clear light. When clear light is brought in contact with a crystal, then the different colors, which are, as it were, hidden inside the light, which are the potential of the clear light, start to radiate out. So when this light shines, then you have the the illumination or the wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu. That is to say, you have the inseparability of phenomena and the space which is their source. That is to say, they are unborn. As with the reflection in the mirror, you can see the reflection, that's undeniable. And yet the reflection is unborn. It doesn't leave the womb of the mirror. This is the central illumination or wisdom. And following from that, you have the wisdom of the discernment, the importance of every precise detail of everything, which in the language of Tantra, it would be seen as the purification of desire. And you have the illumination or wisdom of non-judgment, or simply showing of the mirror, because the mirror is not judging, it's simply showing. In the tantric system, this is the purification of anger. And we also have the illumination of equality or evenness, which is like seeing that although the diverse appearances of reflections in the mirror impact us differently, they do not stray from being simply mere reflections. In the tantric system, this is a purification of pride. Nothing is special in itself. Specialness, importance, and so on are all relational interpretations. Then finally, there is the illumination or wisdom of efficacy or accomplishment. This is the quality which arises from being fully attentive to the detail of what is present. It's the quality of non-distraction. In the tantric system, it's the purification of jealousy, because jealousy is a quality which for most of us is very distracting. So this arising of these 5 lights or 5 colors is not produced, it's just the releasing of a potential. It's not something which is separating out as something other than the clear light. And these 5 illuminations ripen as the emanation of the 5 primordial Buddha families. You can, now on the internet, you can find many, many pictures of these Buddhas and the families and the layout of the mandala and so on. So what you've got here is a movement from open, empty potential, display of clear light, 5 colors, and then these 5 colors taking on the aspect of the 5 Buddhas. Then from this, illumination spreads out as the arising of the 42 peaceful deities, and then further, as the energy increases, you have the 60 Heruka forms arising. In many texts, other different kinds of texts, it talks of the 58 wrathful forms, which connect with the 42 to make the 100 deities of the main peaceful and wrathful mandalas. So then he says, due to this, awareness inseparable from the source never experiences delusion. So before the lunch break, I referred to this idea of the outer luminescence and the inner luminescence. Here, this is the inner luminescence of the potential for diversification arising clearly within the infinite openness of the source. Now, the language is always a bit of a problem because if we say source, you might say the source of the river Ganges. This is high up in the Himalayas. Water comes out at the source and then flows down through the valleys, gathering more small streams until it becomes the mighty Ganga flowing past Calcutta. But source doesn't mean something like that. It's not the source that something comes out of, because otherwise you would have two things. You would have the mother and the child. When the child comes out of the mother, is no longer the mother. The river Ganges at Calcutta couldn't be poured back into the source. So we have to kind of keep releasing ourselves from every kind of grasping thought or conceptualizing thought that say, oh, now I understand. The mirror has the potential to show many forms. And the mirror itself cannot be defined by any of the forms or the reflections which show in it. These reflections both are the mirror and aren't the mirror. Or you could say the mirror and the reflections are non-dual. The mirror is the source, but the reflections don't come out of the source. So this is the kind of relationship this is meaning here. That if we see that all of these lights and colors and shapes that can arise in dreams or in meditation, they are dependent on the illumination of awareness. They arise with awareness. You could say they are the self-appearance of awareness. If you want to know how the mirror appears, well, look at the reflection. That's how it appears. That's not its essence. Your thoughts, feelings, visions, sensations, all of this is how your mind appears. It's not something that your mind makes. It's instant, like the reflection arising in the mirror. So this is the inner luminosity. The illuminating and the luminous are inseparable. Now, we also have the outer luminosity. When we start to see that, when we look around and we see tables, chairs, street lamps, cars, and so on, although the seduction of our habitual conceptualization insists that these are not me, when we start to look, as we did with the 5 questions and so on, we can think, oh, that's okay, because I'm not me either. The car's not me and this body's not me. I am awareness. I have no fixed content. I don't have a self. I am not a self. It is simply open clarity. The more you practice, you see this. Oh, all of these phenomena are only names put by your mind. When you start to trust Kuntu Zanko, and you stop taking refuge in concepts and start to trust the direct, unmediated presence of awareness and its own display, then, as he said in that last sentence, due to this, awareness inseparable from the source never experiences delusion. This same source of everything, whether it looks subject side or object side, is arising. So when you walk down the street, every step you make is a new unfolding of the potential of the illuminative capacity of the mind. You see more than you can say, because saying involves conceptualization, and the richness of illumination is beyond conceptualization. So, with the cup, if we all agree James is holding a blue cup, then life is very easy and very dull, because I'm just holding a blue cup. But if I see what is here, I can keep seeing, because it's shifting, changing moment by moment. James, what are you seeing? I'm seeing what I'm seeing. But what is it? So blue with shading and shadow and change and something coming round and this and this and then. Knowing is a defense against seeing. Knowing strengthens the ego, seeing terrifies the ego. But if you relax into seeing, it's quick and bright and you won't become stupid. And like it says in the text, then you see, oh, all sound is like mantra. You can go to work and do the things you need to earn money and so on, but all with the sense of sound and emptiness, light and emptiness. So in the tantric way, that is how everything that occurs is within the mandala of Padmasambhava. So in that way, you dissolve the boundary between outer luminosity and inner luminosity. So in terms of, excuse me, your own practice, it's very helpful to try to be more attentive to the ongoing conversation that you carry within you. The judgments that run in your mind as you chat with a friend or go shopping, you start to see how tempting it is to define, how much power it seems to give you to be the one who can define what is going on. And that these flow of conceptualization is a method of consolidation. And that's if you see it in that moment, this is reassuring for me as James. Oh, well done, wonderful James. You know so many things. And you're going to die. You're getting old, James. Your hair is gone. You're going to die. You're hanging on to all these bits of knowledge that you have. But when you die, you have no pockets. The mind goes naked and alone. All you've gained will be lost. Oh, don't feed the ego. Don't feed the consciousness which apprehends the things of the world. Relax into the unchanging openness of awareness inseparable from the source. Okay, so if we take a break for 25 minutes, please. See you then. Very good. So, of course, we live in this world, and in many places where we might live, life is quite tough. And so we need to take care not to become too vulnerable, finding some reasonable way to make enough money to live, so that one can have protection from unnecessary provocations is useful. So we have to access the currency of our world, the cultural currency, the skills currencies, and so on, that allow us to have a reasonable life and have some time for study and practice. But we have to remember that this domain or country that we're living in has a non-convertible currency. So no matter what you accumulate in terms of your worldly competence or your status in your profession or anything like that, you can't buy anything with it when you die. The traditional texts say that when you die, all you take with you is your good karma. Your bad karma comes too. So it's not that one should make oneself weak in the world by non-collaboration with circumstances, but rather that we need to find the presence of Dharma in everything we do. However you spend your days, whether it's looking after children or old people or just yourself or going to work, whatever it is, the issue is to maintain the non-duality of what is arising from its own ground source. So the text goes on, I am the primordial Buddha, and so primordial indicates from the very beginning. But there is no beginning. So it means more like the unchanging Buddha, always there before time. The Buddhas are in a timeless zone. Our own mind is in a timeless zone. Time begins with unawareness and duality. There is the past and the future. And the present is like a little point in between these two. The Buddha is free of these three times, past, present, and future. So primordial means, in a sense, free of the constraints of linear time. So Samantabhadra is speaking, and he says, by expressing my evocation, may all sentient beings in the three realms of samsara awaken to their intrinsic self-arisen awareness and find themselves in the infinity of the great illumination. In a sense, with this text, it's as if Samantabhadra is holding out a hand to us and saying, take my hand, hold on to me. I will show you the way into freedom from your own unawareness. So when he's saying, may all sentient beings awaken to this, it's not just a nice hope or idea. He's saying it is possible for all sentient beings to awaken, but they need to awaken to their own awareness, and I am the presence of their own awareness. That is to say, our mind arises for us as Samantabhadra. My mind is not mine. What I think of as I, me, myself is a particular patterning within my mind. Your mind is not a possession. So to understand Samantabhadra is to find yourself. So he says, my emanations are unceasing. Inconceivable trillions of diverse forms radiate, appearing according to the requirements of beings. There are no fixed entities. What we have is a potential which can be constrained or freed. For example, say you have a little simple flute or a little whistle, and you put your fingers over all the holes, and you go, that's all you can do. But when you realize, oh, if I move my fingers, I get different notes, then you see, oh, the potential which was there was hidden by my fixity. the movement of my fingers and the movement of the music and the movement of the breath, they are all harmonious. So similarly, we get trapped in a kind of bandwidth of perception and interpretation. I am a man, I am a woman, I am a sporty person, I'm a scholarly person. These become a kind of fixity on the flute. We play our habitual tune. Oh, this is me, but it's only you because you insist on playing the same tune. And usually the tune we play is a self-referential tune. Whereas the unconstrained, all-pervading compassion of the Buddha is energy, responsive energy moving in the patterning of the world. So when you go about in your daily life, there are many incidents which can waken you up in small ways. You might feel compassion for a blind person on a busy street, or you might suddenly feel angry when you hear a mother shouting at her child. Then you look at her face and see how tired she is, and you feel compassion for her. In that way, when you connect with situations, that moves you into a different formation of yourself. And again, you see, oh, this is potential. This is infinite possibility. It is not prefigured, preordained. And it's, as he says, appearing according to the requirements of beings. The more we trust this, it means I don't need to work it out in my head. Life, life is not a problem that I have to solve. We are energy in a moving field of energy, and in the participation, we are our responsivity is awakened without our consciously having to do it. So again, this is an encouragement to stay open in your senses rather than in some labyrinth of conceptualization. Then he says, through my compassionate evocation, may all sentient beings revolving in the three realms escape the six domains of samsara. Means any kind of mental aspect, any form of mental energy, which is the energy of the ground, may that find its own source and awaken. Okay, so now he's going to talk about the birth of samsara. So he says deluded beings. So deluded beings begin when awareness of the source does not arise. Oh, just as at night, if you just have a candle and the candle burns out, you have dark. When awareness is not functioning, you have unawareness. Except, of course, this candle doesn't get blown out. In the traditional example, they say it's like a lamp in a clay pot. The lamp is burning, but the light can't be seen. In the same way, in our heart, there's different kinds of lamps or lights which have a light there, but because it's covered in by the obscuration of our fixation on entitative existence, we have no access to it. So he hasn't spelled it out very clearly up to this point, but the central thing is that the ground has three aspects to it, and they're expressed in many different ways in different Dzogchen texts. For example, in the three statements of Garab Dorje. The first aspect is called the ngowo or essence, and it is empty, open, without any fixed content. Its nature or what arises from it or how it shows itself is in the form of clarity. And this clarity is inseparable from the emptiness of the essence. This clarity is equal in all directions. It's like the clear light. And the clear light and the light of the five lights which come out from it, like light in the crystal, they're not two different categories. Now, the potential, which is, as it were, contained in clarity, can also move in a dynamic, connective way that is referred to as compassion or kindness or responsiveness. And this is the appearance of the Buddhas in the activity in the world within or inseparable from the openness of the essence of emptiness. So these three aspects are the aspects of the source or the ground. This is how awareness manifests. So what he's saying here, deluded beings begin when awareness of the source does not arise. This is referring to this first quality of the essence, which is open emptiness. He says, with no recollection at all, there is blankness, and thus unawareness is the cause of delusion. So when the openness, the unborn openness, the ungraspability of your own source is not present for you, and when your awareness is not available for it, as we said before, like sky to sky, then in a moment, suddenly, instantly, it arises as something other. Oh, it's like nothing, nothing at all. A kind of oblivion, blankness, as if somebody had thrown you into a pit or you've fallen down the stairs. Just, oh, what? As soon as the reaction is what, there's a kind of reaction, a retraction, a pulling back. Nobody is doing this. It's not that there is a sentient being that has suddenly got lost in the forest. Sentient beings develop as a consequence of this further down the line. This is just a kind of darkness without any recollection. So sometimes when people are translating this, they say awareness recognizes its own face or recognizes its own ground, but unawareness is unable to recognize, and so it has this blankness. Personally, I don't like the word recognize because it has something about cognition, and there is no cognition involved in it. It's just an immediacy of unimpeded connectivity. So from this unawareness, you have the delusion. This is a kind of fumbling or uncertainty. He says, after that comes sudden fainting, followed by fearful thoughts and blurring agitation. So this, if you remember these, the three intrinsic qualities are the openness, the clarity, and the responsivity. But now it's not there, they continue to be present, but they are misunderstood. In trying to apprehend what is going on, there is a grasping, but there is nothing to be grasped. With this comes the fainting and the fearful thoughts and agitation. This is, if you imagine this happening in your own body, there's a kind of tightening up and a retracting, which is separating off from what is around. So some of you may have studied the bardos, especially in connection with death. When the life energy is ebbing out of your body and mind, the elements loosen up and cannot remain, and consciousness goes out on the wind element. There is nothing to stabilize it. And it finds itself in this great nothingness. This is the bardo of the dharmata, or the actual state or the truth of phenomena. This is nothing with nothing to hold on to. Oh, as the texts say, if you are used to meditation and dissolving into the heart of the deity or sitting in the Dzogchen practice, being present in ungraspable openness is familiar for you. But if you are not familiar with this, it's like a cause of fear, like a child waking in the middle of the night in their bedroom and getting frightened and calling out. They can't ground themselves in where they are, they feel lost. And in the bardo, there's no mama to come and give you a hug. So if you can relax and open, you have liberation in the Dharmakaya. If not, you wander into the next stage. In this stage, you have in the bardo, you have the arising of the peaceful gods and then the wrathful gods. As he was describing previously, the 42 peaceful and 58 or 60 wrathful. If you don't awaken to them or open to them or recognize them, it is as if they are the enemy. They are going to do something to you, and so you blank out and go unconscious again. And due to that, you miss the chance of liberation as the Sambhogakaya, and you find yourself moving towards a rebirth. So this is what he's describing at the end here. When these fearful thoughts and this blurring agitation arises, you don't see, oh, this is the display of my own mind. You're unaware that the source is your own mind, and it's a fecund source. It's a generous source, and many different things arise from it. You can't deal with its emptiness. But now the appearances which are arising from it, they also seem terrifying. And this is because unawareness doesn't have the illuminating power of awareness. You don't get it. What is, and the more you feel oppressed by experience, you have the beginning of the separation of subject and object. Oh, then he says, this gives rise to the active belief that self and others are enemies. What are you going to do to me? So I'm trying to hold myself together. I'm trying to maintain this fragile, just forming sense of experience, and you, as something other, unpredictable, disrupt the continuity I want for myself. And if you are around very small children, small babies, you see the incredible power with which they seek to control the environment, to have things happen on their terms. And the parent is recruited as a servant to respond to every cry and try to make life as smooth and uninterrupted as possible for baby. But of course, as the child gets older, they're exposed to more and more complicated interactions, especially with people who maybe don't like them, are not concerned for their happiness or welfare. You don't do what I want. Very often, if you see some children, maybe two years old, playing together, as soon as one of them picks up some little toy, someone else is wanting only that toy. Then mama says, Johnny, just let him play with that one. It's okay. But Johnny knows it's not okay because that is the special one. That's the one I want. And it's exactly this dynamic we see here. The more precisely I come into formation as this person with these likes and dislikes, the more oppressive other people can be because they are not harmonious with my desire to gratify my wishes. So in the text, he's describing a state prior to birth, especially birth as a person. He's talking more about simply the patternings of energy and how, as a pattern forms, it's it has an uneasy relationship with the environment around it. Then he says habits and propensities gradually intensify, and in this way samsara comes into formation. Because if we go back to these three aspects of the ground, the third one is responsivity or compassion. This is the energy of relatedness. But of course, the panoramic or the uninterrupted, all-pervading quality of responsiveness only works in an open field. Now, the shape that you're adopting is interfering with my expression. So I don't want to play with you. And we have friends and enemies. We do nice things for our friends and we not so nice things for our enemies. And of course, in the Mahayana literature, they say a lot about the problems of this kind of egocentric bias. We should put our enemies first. This is a very strange and artificial idea. Why would I help my enemies? Because what you're having to do there is to take a higher order concept and use it to try to dislocate yourself from the rejective energy that arises. No, go away. And as we know, it's a great struggle to try to control these root energies of the mind. So then he says, with this, the 5 afflicting poisons increase, and there is ceaseless activity arising from these 5 poisons. So we find ourselves, as we develop our particular orientations, when we're with people we like, flow towards generosity and concern and love. And if we're with people we don't like, we tend towards avoidance or hostility. So these last 5 or so lines have been describing how we move from a kind of energetic, interactive situation, which is as yet still close to the ground, even though it doesn't recognize the ground. But now, this energy manifesting as the 5 elements takes us into a physical form, a dog or a frog or a human being, and then interacting with other people who are in real bodies with different minds from me. My activity is arising in terms of optimizing my benefit and not being affected by the harm you might do to me. So it's clear how these 5 poisons work. If I desire something and it might be taken by someone else, someone might take my beloved or whatever, then of course I feel jealousy. Here is a sentient being wandering in samsara, propelled by their karmic tendencies, with all kinds of thoughts and feelings and sensations I have no access to. I decide, oh, you are mine. I love you. I need you. You are mine. But this person, the beloved, is unpredictable. They are not a thing. But I want them as if they were a thing, a lovely, bright, shiny thing. But they get depressed and bored and more interested in other people. And then I don't want you. I thought you were the one I wanted. I'm glad I found out now. Otherwise, oh my God, I could have wasted my whole life being with the wrong one. In this way, dealing with these illusory appearances of the energy of the mind as if they were self-existing entities becomes a source of great suffering. So he says, in this way, the source of the delusion of sentient beings is ignorance or unawareness without recollection. So this is, if we are interested in the meditation practice, this is so important. All these troubles and difficulties, all the many wars and conflicts and political exploitations and so on that arise come due to unawareness, which has no recollection that it is the energy of the source. So he says, therefore, I, the Buddha, make this evocation so that all beings in the three realms may awaken to their own awareness. So Samantabhadra is not saying you should build monasteries or stupas. He's not saying that you should accumulate merit and wisdom. This unchanged situation of these three aspects of the essence and the clarity and the responsiveness are unavailable because of your belief in a haze of conceptualization. The central point is that you turn your attention away from all the many, many, many things that you see in the world, because at the moment, under the power of delusion, you can only see things. You have to release the merging of your mind stream from delusion. So when we are sitting in the practice, we are looking for the source of the looker. Thoughts and feelings are arising. We're not blocking the senses. Our eyes are a little open and we are in touch with what's around us. So we want to see who is the one who sees, who is the one who hears. Now, you can't see who is the one who sees if you close your eyes. You have to be seeing to see the one who sees. However, of course, if you're seeing, there is a tendency to fixate on the object, the seen. So this is a little bit tricky. We're not looking, not intentionally looking or listening. We're seeing and hearing. We're allowing sound to come to us, light to come to us. And in that moment, like the postman is delivering a letter, who is opening the door? Who is the recipient? The more we look, we see it's not a thought, it's not a feeling, not a sensation. And this by itself introduces us or awakens us to the presence of awareness. So don't cut off from the world, don't leap into the world, but stay present and open with the arising of experience and look, well, maybe not look, but open yourself to the sight of the arising of the illumination of experience. So a little bit earlier when he talks about this blanking out and no recollection, this is unawareness in relationship to essence or openness. Instead of openness being the realm of hospitality or the arena of possibilities, it becomes mere empty oblivion. So from this develops the unawareness in relationship to clarity. Now there is display, but the display is no longer non-dual with its own ground in terms of the experience of the unaware, because now we're having a sense something is happening. What is it? Something is happening to me. Subject and object become increasingly separated. So this is called co-emergent unawareness or ignoring. It's connate, it's born at the same time. Subject and object are born together. So the potential of the display of clarity, which is color and emptiness, appearance and emptiness, is now misunderstood as the appearance of something. And so the density, the heaviness of the thingness of things starts to lock solid. So he's saying how with co-emergent ignoring, the mind is without recollection and blank. It is blank, but it's also the beginning of the felt sense of the differentiation of self and other. And then the energy of the mind, which is the third aspect, the responsiveness, which is the energy of connectivity, moving freely in the sphere of clarity. You could say that this the resonance or the responsivity, it's a bit like a good sheepdog that goes up and runs around and gathers the sheep together into a little herd. The sheepdog is able to know the sheep that belong to its own master. So it can go with a different sheep and it gathers its own sheep. So this is a kind of inclusive, connective gathering function. It's very dynamic. But with this third level of ignorance, here the ignorance of identifying entities, self and other are taken to be separate and distinct. In being unaware of the truth of what is occurring, there is an anxiety of not knowing. And this is stabilized by the active imagining of what things are. So, as we can see, the many different creatures we encounter in samsara, different kinds of birds and so on, attribute different kinds of meaning. They live in a world revealed through their imagination in which things seem just right for them. So vultures are drawn towards corpses, but robins and blackbirds are not drawn towards corpses. That is to say, it's not just imagining something, but it's imagining the potential of relatedness. And this gives rise to differentiation. So in the sphere of clarity, we have a lot of diversity. For example, in a dream, many, many things might occur, but they're all within the dream. But when you awake from the dream, as it were, you're in this substantial real world, and then things seem to have this, the items you see seem to be the possessors of the qualities you attribute to them. And we develop a sense of what is normal. But the normal is just a way of imagining. When I was about 12, I had to go and live with my aunt for a while because my dad was sick. I couldn't understand why my aunt cooked the food she cooked, because normal food was my mom's cooking. And my aunt, she would make these scrambled eggs that were kind of watery and tasteless. So for her, it was what she did. That was habitual for her. That was normal for her. But for me, it was very strange. So that's what this level of ignorance does. It, it puts us into these tunnels of familiarity where we move through the world almost as if we were moles under the ground. So then he says, these two aspects of ignoring or unawareness, the co-emergent and identifying or imagining, are the source of the delusion of all sentient beings. So hopefully this makes sense to you, and it illuminates something about how your own mind works. Because the second level of ignorance, of imagining, it's a kind of diagnostic system. It's how you join the dots of the patterning of experience. So at certain periods in European history, there have been witch trials that certain behaviors were attributed to certain classes of women. And then there were certain ways of proving that these were witches by burning them or dipping them in cold water and so on. And then with the definite proof that they were witches, it was obvious that they should be burned, which was in some ways similar to the way heretics were identified by the Inquisition and burnt alive. The abnormal, or that which doesn't fit in my normal, becomes the enemy. So we can see this all over the world in terms of political parties or sexual orientation or racial groupings, tribal groupings. So for me, anyway, this text is a very wonderful way of illuminating all the complexities which arise socially, economically, and so on, because it's showing how rigidity and assumption blinds us to the potential of the situation. Oh, it's useful to investigate for yourself. Then finally he says, I, the Buddha, make this evocation so that all beings in samsara will remove the dense darkness of non-recollection, clarify the confusion of believing in duality, and awaken to awareness as their true being. Again, he's saying, for each and every one of us and for each and every sentient being, awareness is the uncontrived givenness or the uncontrived presence that we have. But due to the adventitious, the suddenly arising unawareness, and unawareness of what is manifestly there, all of these complications of conceptual elaboration arise, creating more and more layers of not seeing and increased imagining. Good. So that brings us to the end for today. And we start again tomorrow, 10 o'clock British time. So try to apply the understanding of the text to your own life. You can reflect on the home you grew up in with your parents. What was normal in that house? And see if you can remember the first time you encountered other ways of living and what that was like. So thank you to our translators today and to Pedro for holding the whole Zoom frame. And thank you all for your attention, and we meet tomorrow. Super. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye, James.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Bye.
Obrigada, boa tarde.
Bye.
So much.
Bye,
Gracias.
James.
Bye.
Wonderful.
Everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
God
you.
bless
Thank you
you.
very much.
See you then. Ciao.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, James.
Have a good
Ciao,
night,
ciao.
everyone.
Hi, good morning, James.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
It looks like fear of the virus will make travel difficult for a while, but at least we have the advantage of our Zoom and are able to connect with people, with such a wide range of people from different places. So this is a very good connection, I think. Okay, so let's begin with a little sitting practice. Again, we do the Guru Yoga of the White R, or the 3 R's. Okay. So when we are sitting in this way, awareness is the illumination of the open sky of the mind. Passing through this space are all kinds of arisings. Because our senses are open, there are sounds, there are sights, colors, shapes, and so on. And there are all kinds of thoughts, memories, sensations, and so on. Both of these are moving through. They are the transient contents of the field illuminated by awareness. All that you think you are, all that you are constituted out of, is arising and passing. There's no fixed, stable site of identity. So that's why we have this general instruction: don't keep the world outside and your mind inside. If you do that, then you find that what seems to be inside is I, me, myself, and what is outside is everything else. Rather, we want to have a space within which there is free movement, a free flow. So our thoughts, feelings, whatever occurs, if you imagine that these are like wild swans flying through the sky, they seem to appear out of the sky and then to vanish into the sky. But if you tempt these wild swans down with tasty food they like, which is attention, then you will domesticate them. They will be hanging around looking for more food, and there's shit all over your garden. That's what is called samsara. So let the flowing flow. If you rest in space, you won't lose the benefit of the flow. The flow will always be close to you because appearance is inseparable from the empty openness of the mind. But gradually you will release yourself from your habitual pattern identification and choice making. The ego is concerned to get more of what it likes and less of what it doesn't like. But the energy of awareness arising as connective responsivity is able to manifest as required. It responds to the situation, not to any preformed self-positioning. The word in Tibetan for appearance is nangwa, which also means light. This comes in the name, or the Tibetan name for Buddha Amitabha. It's called Nangwa Taye, limitless light. That is to say that light or display or generosity is the the very nature, the quality of awareness itself. So awareness brings the illumination of space within which many forms and appearances arise and pass. But as we looked at the end yesterday, unawareness means the loss or the lack of the capacity to illuminate what is occurring. The openness, the basic openness of the mind is not changed by awareness or unawareness, but with awareness, the space of the mind has the aspect of potential. And for unawareness, it's like nothing at all, like dead emptiness. For example, if you wanted to rent a flat and it was completely unfurnished, when you open the door and you look around, you see these bare, empty rooms. Someone might feel, wow, gosh, we could do so much with this space. And someone else might think, oh God, this is so desolate. Oh, so much to do. In the first case, the person is already engaging with the potential of the space. They find themselves connected with it and it's energizing and dynamic. But in the second case, the space feels like something other, something making a demand on me. So in terms of the practice, non-duality is like the first instant that the mind and the space don't separate into me looking at space. What arises for us is our own face. This face can be open and empty, it can be clear and luminous, or it can be dynamic and connective. These are the three aspects of awareness that in relation to the ground that we looked at yesterday. So when we do the 3R practice, we're using R, which is the symbol or the presence of openness, to allow us to find ourselves in a space of potential. The emptiness of of the space of possibility is to see our face itself, our original face. To see the clarity or the altogether-ness of what is occurring is to see the complexion of the face. And when the engaged, responsive energy is manifesting in particular patternings, which are, of course, self-dissolving, this is the expression of the face. If you truly open, to the ungraspable limitlessness of this, the source of which you are part, then you really see, oh, this is the same source for everything. Everything arises from this open, empty source, this primordial purity which is not touched or modified or compromised by anything. So if this is the only arena of display, the arising of awareness is awareness and emptiness. The arising of the clarity of luminosity is clarity and emptiness. And the arising of appearances in their multiple patternings is the arising of appearance and emptiness. It's not that there are three different states or that you go from one state to another. This is an unbroken integration which is beyond conceptualization. So when we're sitting in the practice and thoughts and feelings arise, these appearances are also nangwa or light. The five, what we call the five poisons of dullness and desire, aversion, jealousy, and pride are also forms of light. The light is a bit dulled, or if it is arising as sound, it's a bit muted, a bit muffled. But this dullness or muffling is not intrinsic to the arising. It is incidental. It arises due to the seeming separation of a thought from the field of thought. That is to say, when attention is focused into a specific particular thought, and that focusing of attention seems to displace the thought from the field in which it is arising. This is like watching a swan attempting to land on the earth. Even when they land on water, it's often quite noisy and messy. But if it's landing on the earth, it starts wobbling like something very drunk. So when you get invested into a particular thought, this free flow of the thought in the space of the mind is interrupted, and it's kind of vibrating unsteadily. And we know this in the practice. It seems very exciting and easy to get distracted into a sequence of thought. But when that thought ceases, there's a kind of disorientation, a kind of linear quality to the thoughts that seem to be leading you somewhere, and then you're nowhere. And so in order to stabilize yourself, you lock on to another thought, which gives you another temporary location. So in that way, we can see that the identification with thoughts misleads us, takes us away from the site of our resting and opening, because it is as if the focusing of attention into emerging with a particular pattern of arisings is not only, as it were, displacing the object side, the thought from where it is, but on the subject side, the knower or the looker or the thinker seems to stand alone, to be autonomous, and to be separate from its own source ground. It's not that you have to stop the work of the thinker. The problem is not the movement of energy, it's the identification of it as an autonomous entity, as something which is there just by itself. That's why we do the 3R and we relax. We're not trying to get rid of thoughts. We're just releasing our involvement so that we find ourselves in this unborn openness. And if we truly see this is the only source, then even if your mind arises in involvement, this is empty involvement, empty attachment. How could emptiness catch emptiness? So this is just like the wind moving in the sky. This is why we have the instruction that no matter how the mind is when we're sitting, don't try to correct it or improve it. If you leave it as it is, no matter how complicated or convoluted the patterning of arising is, whether it's a neurotic daydream or an anxious thought or a fearful flashback, by simply not pulling away from it, but just very gently tilting back from merging with it, so that you are neither merged in it nor separated from it, but you are simply with it, In Tibetan, it says Toktu, which means kind of on top. Siya Lama used to give me the example. It's like if you wake up in the middle of the night and you don't know where you are, when you recall, oh, I'm in my bed, in my room, you wake up on the room. You're not doing anything to the situation. It's self-resolving because it's clear. Oh, here I am. That is to say, you awaken in your presence in the room. So if you merge into the thought, it will take you on a little journey. And if you try to keep yourself apart from what is occurring, you split the field. So we simply stay present with whatever is occurring. These thoughts, patterns, feelings, memories, and so on, kind of set each other off, evoking more and more patterns. So this is responsivity. To give a tantric example, when we read the story of Padmasambhava, in different places, he manifested different forms. He arises at first on a lotus in the Dhanakosha lake, and after showing some miracles, the king is very impressed and he brings him to the palace and sets him on the throne. So he becomes the new king of Odhyana. Then at a certain point, he leaves home and goes to wandering in India, studying, and has many different experiences. And in each case, he has a different name and he shows a different physical form, sometimes a monk, sometimes a yogi. So we might say, well, what is the real form? What is the true form of Padmasambhava? Padmasambhava means arising from the lotus. So every form which arises from the lotus, and the lotus is the emptiness, the primordial purity, every form is the true form of Padmasambhava. It's not a form that is fixed. These are relational forms. This is the meaning of the Nirmanakaya, out of the space of clarity, but of course, actually within the space of clarity, these different forms of Padmasambhava arise according to the requirements of the situation. He is not a thing, he is not a person. He is the energy of the clarity of the unborn nature of the mind. The unchanging integrity of these three modes is called Buddhahood. So we have exactly the same source. However, we are still operating within the veiling of unawareness. So my source is my parents, or I might say my source is Scotland because I was born there. This is our ordinary way of thinking. I, this person, come from somewhere because something comes from something. We can't say something comes from nothing. The Buddhas would agree. But at that crossroads, in samsara, we are thinking something comes from something. And the Buddha said, nothing comes from nothing. But nothing is not just nothing. Nothing is also clarity, which means the opening of clear light into the five colors, and from that into all the shapes and phenomena of samsara. None of these forms has been born as a fixed entity. So yesterday we started to touch on the seductions of language. On one level, I can say I am Scottish. I was born in Scotland and grew up in Scotland. So the feeling tone of Scotland is quite close to me. But if I go back to Scotland, I can't find my Scotland. The city where I grew up has changed enormously. The house I grew up in has been sold to other people. The secondary school I went to has been closed down. It's called Scotland, but it's not my Scotland. And it doesn't hold much feeling tone for me. When you explore this for yourself in your own life, you see that the energy of the word is in its relational aliveness. And when the inevitable movement of impermanence occurs, it becomes more and more difficult for the feeling tone, which arose with the original connectivity with that place, to have a resonance. That is to say, the living quality of Scotland was a door that opened for me in my young years and is now closed for me. We know this also happens in adult relations. You can fall in love with someone and feel it's going to be forever, and then find sadly that it's not forever. You can feel very close to your children and then feel quite estranged from them. So when the connection was warm and intimate and you said, oh, this is my son, there was an immediate life and vitality in these words. But then later you end up saying, this is my son? How is this possible? Oh, words create an illusion of permanence, but the actuality of our existence is ever shifting patterning. The problem is that as long as we are in this state of unawareness, after the first dark oblivion of no recollection, the energy of the mind is, as it were, bent or curved or twisted towards the task of creating predictable patterns, so that we operate believing that we know what is going on. As a subject in a world of objects or different subjects, self and others seem to be fundamentally, existentially different. And out of this vast array of pathways and entities, we, according to our disposition, our karmic disposition, find ourselves making choices. There are two aspects to this. On the object side, due to our karmic dispositions, the world reveals its topology for us, or our sense of its topology. That is to say that certain features of the environment seem sweet to us and others seem sour. So sometimes couples find that deciding on holiday is quite difficult. One person wants to lie on the beach and get a good suntan and not do anything, and the other wants to walk about on the cliffs or look at some archaeological remains. Come on, sweetie, just lie down with me. Let's just listen to the ocean. It's so peaceful. Okay, for 10 minutes, but that's enough. Then I'm going. I can't bear it. So this is very real. It arises in our lives. How is it that these two people have such different revelations of the potential of the situation? Not only do different feelings arise, but different perceptions arise, and the interaction of the perception and the feeling leads to the individual choice. So one of the great advantages of reflecting on this is that you can stop taking yourself so seriously. It's only your opinion. And not only that, but your opinion is what is arising for you. It's flowing through you. It is your karma speaking through your own mouth. On an ordinary level, we like certain things, but we don't really know why we like them. We can say, oh, but it's just I like it. So that stabilizes this me-ness of me, this definitive shaping of I, me, myself. However, from the Dharma point of view, the tendencies which flow through our life have been generated in previous lives. So we are the theater of the enactment of scripts written long before we were born. These kind of reflections are designed to help us loosen the sense of having an inherent existence. We are not a self that exists through time. We are not something cut off from the environment. We are non-dual with the environment as energetic pulsation, shifting and turning with changing situations. Oh, it's why in the meditation, we let the flowing flow and remain settled in that which doesn't change. And if we can see from that, that everything that occurs is our own experience, this is how your mind is displaying itself for you. This, all that appears to be objectively true is in fact a subjective interpretation. It's held in place by culture. We live in societies with poverty, drunkenness, sexual abuse, and so on. Are we more civilized than tribal people living in the jungle? We tell the story according to how we can privilege our own particular patternings. But we have had a lot of wars in Europe, a lot of killing and torturing, and a lot of money goes into medical research, but a lot of money also goes into military research. So how is the mind moving? For all the schools in Dharma say, don't take refuge in outer phenomena. They are unreliable. In Dzogchen we say, open to your mind, open to the open. Then the actuality of experience moment by moment will be clear for you. Now, we are very fortunate because we are human beings with generally healthy bodies. Our senses are operating. So that means we have a good interface with the potential of the environment. We've had a general education. We learn to read and write and to reflect to a certain extent. And through this, we have the chance to connect with the Buddha Dharma. And through that, we can revision our life, looking through the lens of the different yanas or Dharma vehicles. Different aspects of the potential of the field are revealed. From the Buddhist point of view, human beings are the most fortunate of all the different kinds of beings in the six realms. We have some happiness, but not so much that we get lost in disconnection. And we have some suffering, but not so much that we are permanently agitated. So in that sense, we have the possibility of having a wide range of experiences. So in this text, he starts now to describe how the six realms of samsara arise. This is page 263 if you have the Finding Freedom book. So he says, dualistic intelligence gives rise to uncertainty, arousing subtle longings, which gradually intensify into dense habitual tendencies. So this is building on the description that we looked at yesterday, that now the mind is giving rise to a patterning of experience orchestrated around the seemingly fundamental difference between self and other. So This dualistic intelligence. Intelligence here indicates the capacity of the mind to make use of concepts to create patterns. So we looked yesterday that this third level of ignorance is imagining self-existing entities and then being able to describe them and attribute qualities to them. So inside that framework, where I and the world are two different things, I, in my separation, can think about the world. So in school, some children get bored very easily. They think, I'm not interested, I don't want to be here. So there we see intelligence being captured by a feeling tone. The feeling tone is, this is rubbish. I'm not stupid. Why would I give my attention to something that's stupid? This is a cause of great unhappiness for school teachers, because it becomes a kind of impenetrable ceiling. But if we allow our intelligence to consider geography and history and mathematics and so on, some of these things are quite difficult to learn. Maybe some days it's interesting and some days it's not. So the teacher has this double technique, which is usually used with donkeys. They have a carrot and a stick. Keep moving, you'll get the carrot, you pass the exam. But somehow the carrot is always over the hill, in the next valley, in the next class. You study and pass your exam. And then you're informed, well, now you have the possibility of doing more exams. So everything is tilted towards the future. We're not concerned with immediate utility or interest, but the education becomes a means to an end. As you study at school, you then have to think, what will I do when I leave school? Who am I? How will I live? This is what makes study difficult. You study in order to open doors. Opening doors is good. Then you think, what will I become? You open the door to being a doctor, you look inside, oh, quite a small room. Stuck in a little office looking up people's noses or looking at x-rays. What will I do? What will I do? So the intelligence allows us not only to open pathways and learn many different things, but it also allows us to put what we have into question. So we start to follow one pattern in our life, but this intelligence is working with the still open other pathways we haven't followed. And this arouses subtle longings. Maybe I made the bad choice. Maybe I'm with the wrong person. Maybe we should have had children. Maybe we shouldn't have had children. Maybe we should have moved 2 years ago when we had the chance. So these patterns of thoughts lead, as he says, to a gradual intensification into dense habitual tendencies. These tendencies can be, for example, disappointment. When we have a general local doctors and people go to them, the main conditions that people report are depression and anxiety. It's as if something's gone wrong. How would I know if I'm living in the right way? So the habitual tendency is one of an overemphasis on a part, but no matter how much intensity and effort one puts into that part or fragment, it never becomes the whole. It could have been different, which of course we know is true. Somehow it's like this. so fully settling into one's life as it is and being satisfied and content with how it is appears to be quite an uncommon experience. And of course, technological development and consumerist capitalism is constantly putting into question any stabilization of the relation we develop between self and environment. Okay, let's take a break now, and if we're back at 1:45. See you then. Bye. There we go. Good. Okay, so these first 3 lines we just did, that's generally for all the 6 realms, and now we go into the human realm. And we have to remember that he's describing experiences. He's not describing fixed real entities. From the Buddhist point of view, that doesn't exist anywhere at any time. The belief in the real is a delusion. Everything is illusion. So our experience in our life, in a family, going to school, every situation, falling in love, all of these are like dreamlike qualities. It means there is appearance and emptiness, experience and emptiness. Experience is not nothing at all, because clearly there is moment by moment color, shape, sound, feelings in the body, and so on. But each of these moments is interpreted, and our capacity to interpret arises due to our karma. That's to say, it's not the quality of a self. The ground that we looked at yesterday at the very beginning is infinite, unlimited. It is infinite potential. Anything is possible. When we come into the particularization of an individual identity, which is a dreamlike quality within this open arena of awareness, then this vast potential shrinks down into the particular repertoire of our likes and dislikes, the triggers which evoke our anger or pride or desire. So what we take to be I, me, myself is a flow of particularizing experiences constellated by tendencies developed in prior situations. What we take to be our own domain or our own possessions is constituted out of things which are in the world. We imagine that our intelligence, our intellect is accurate in its description of what it encounters. But this is not the whole story. It's never the whole story. For example, I am wearing a jacket, my jacket. But when I look at the cuff of my jacket, at the edge of my jacket, I see there are some holes there because some moths have decided that the wool of this jacket belongs to them. So they put their little babies into the jacket in the summertime, and the babies have eaten their way out. So whose jacket is it? Belongs to the moth or to me? So in this world, we can't put a little circle around any arising and say it is only mine. So then he's continuing about the human situation. He says, food, wealth, clothing, dwellings, companions, objects desired by the 5 senses, and beloved relations. All these delights torment those who wish to have them. Nowadays, many people in wealthy countries can have plenty of food, but they become suspicious of the food. the farmers use so many chemicals in the production. And if people eat meat, they know that the condition for the chickens and the cattle in the slaughterhouse is terrible. We can earn some wealth, but then maybe that attracts thieves. We know that a lot of the clothing we buy is made in other countries where production costs are cheaper and the workers are not treated well. Regarding dwelling places, there have been floods in Europe, there have been fires in Greece and many places, all through the Amazon jungle, across North America, in the Russian tundra. Many dwelling places have been destroyed and people feel unsafe where they are. And regarding friends and companions, people move away because they have to follow where they can find work, or a small difference can arise between friends and it looks like a small cloud in the summertime. But due to provocations, it turns into a huge storm and the friendship ends. All the objects of the five senses and even the senses themselves are vulnerable. Loving relatives often fall out over inheritance and who's close to the important one and so on. Generally, he's indicating that the relationship between self and other, self and environment, is inherently unstable because of the nature of impermanence. What we take to be entities is just a particular forms of vibration, of energy. And this dynamic matrix within which we live is interactive, and so patterns can shift slowly or instantly. But because we live in this body with our senses pointed out, it's as if what we need is in the environment. Some people keep a diary. They write about events that have happened and the feelings and responses that arise for them in regard. So what looks like me or my mind is what has been happening for me. It's very difficult to write an account of what's happening in the moment. By the time you conceptualize it and formulate it in language and go to write it down, the arising moment has gone. The phenomena of the world are actually ungraspable. You can appreciate them, but you can't really have them. You don't have a body. I can say this is my body, but I don't know how long my heart will keep beating. I don't get any direct feedback from my sense organs about how we're doing. Modern medicine tells us that all the different organs in the body are communicating all the time. Messages are going through the blood and the nervous system. Okay, so how come I'm the last to know? Apparently my brain and my bowels are always chatting away all the time, but they keep me out of the conversation. It's my body. Really? Not at all. Not at all. So all of this is saying, if you hang on to the idea that you exist as a stable entity in a world of stable entities, then again and again, events will occur which disturb you and upset your notion of how it should be. The cause of this disturbance is your deluded belief that there are stable entities. Everything is dynamic and interconnected, and therefore necessarily interactive. So if you start to reimagine your existence as a dynamic mode of participation in a dynamic field, then it becomes much easier to survive with ease and also to go deeper in the practice. If you are walking along the beach and then you decide to go into the sea, and you walk into the sea just as you would on the beach. As the level of the water around you rises, you realize you can't keep walking. You have to do something different. You're in the sea, you're in the water. You have to do swimming or floating. You can't do walking. When you sit in a meditation, thoughts, feelings, sensations are coming and going like waves in the ocean. But if you have entered into this field as if you were walking on hard sand, then you have a disjunction. Oh, it's better to be swimming in the dynamic sea of appearances, whether you are in meditation or going through your daily life. The ego overemphasizes the earth element because it seeks a stability it doesn't have. But this doesn't stabilize the situation. So as he describes, the many factors of our life are unreliable. And he says, all these worldly forms are generated by delusion. Delusion means when we imagine stability and inherent existence to phenomena which do not have these qualities. So then he says, there is no end to activity arising from the interplay of graspable objects and grasping subjects. We cannot get rid of the environment. We're dependent on the environment, but we are not the environment. So when you are in this field of self and other as separate, on one level you're separate, but you're completely interconnected and dependent. You have to breathe. The world comes into you, right into your lungs, into your bloodstream, through your heart. Without this contact with the environment, we die. So the fantasy that I am complete in myself is false. I am dependent. My life is interdependent, but the ego's fantasy is that it is independent. And as long as we cling to this idea of autonomous existence, our delusion brings us into inefficient and unfulfilling interactions with the world. So the Buddha Shakyamuni's first teaching was on the nature of suffering. It says, yeah, there is a lot of suffering. You should use that to wake up a little bit. Don't pretend everything's fine, everything's fine. You do suffer, you worry. But this suffering is not intrinsic. It has a cause. And the cause can be terminated so that this suffering comes to an end. And there is a path, a way to bring about this end. So we at least are fortunate to have heard this, and maybe we get some understanding from it. But generally, we don't wake up. We think, must try harder, do more of the same. We'll find a way to control things. We can overcome climate change by technology, which allows us to control more of the factors. This mad inflation, which puts us in the place of the boss, will be our ruination. Dharma always points to the middle way, not the master, not the slave. We have to collaborate. But the ego dimension of the political, economic, and so on dimensions suffused with ego thinking are always attracted to control. And that strengthens these 8 worldly concerns about winning and losing, being successful or being a failure, gain and loss. So this always brings us into a situation of confrontation, because either I win or I lose. This is a discourse of politicians everywhere. But Dharma is saying, no, you have to collaborate. We're in this together. This is the actuality of our situation is inclusive. But once you decide these are my enemies, how can I collaborate with them? There are a lot of texts now looking at what happened in the USSR with Mr. Gorbachev, and what came from America and many European countries was a kind of triumphalist positioning. We have won. They are defeated. People don't like to be defeated. You humiliate those who are not doing so well in the interaction. This insult may well stir some anger inside them. And we can see this hot wind blowing through Mr. Putin. And he says again and again, you think I'm a loser? I'm a loser? You think it, really? So this is what happens with winning and losing. We are the fortunate ones because Dharma makes all of these things very, very clear. It's so obvious how to shit in your own mouth. It's so easy to lose by winning. So this is a human situation. Then he goes on to discuss the hungry ghosts, the pretas. He says, when the results of longing and clinging ripens, there is birth as a craving, tormented, hungry ghost, overwhelmed by hunger and thirst. In the traditional understanding, the hungry ghosts live under the earth. In India, they consider that one of the main doors in is in Gaya, in Bihar. And because of the distortion arising in the mental continuum of the beings who are born there, a distortion governed by envy and desire. Even in the past, when they had enough, they were never satisfied. And this tendency ripens in a situation where they live with in a body which has a very big belly, always swollen with hunger, and a very narrow throat which can swallow almost nothing. Not only that, but what they see as food, when it becomes close to their mouth, turns into something tormenting. It tastes disgusting and they can't bear to swallow it. And when they try to drink, the drink turns into molten lead and burns their throat. All that seems so desirable turns out to be the very basis of torment. So then Samantabhadra continues, I, the Buddha, make this evocation or invocation so that all sentient beings subject to desire, attachment, and longing neither discard the pangs of desire, nor invite in desire, attachment, and longing. So he's saying, may all sentient beings find this middle way, not increasing longing and desire, and also not trying to get rid of desire. Because if I am in this situation of being a subject in a world of objects, this object looks good. If I can get hold of it, it will make me happy. My happiness is dependent on contact with the good object, and also depends on avoiding the bad object. Are these objects really good or bad? The things that I really want, are they wanted by everyone else? People, due to their karma, make different choices. They don't necessarily want what I want. Now, either that is because they are stupid, or the thing that I really like is not inherently desirable. It's desirable for me. Its desirability is like a mirror reflection of me. The division of the world into attractive and unattractive, desirable, undesirable, is like a projected X-ray of my own mind. This is why in the meditation practice, we are encouraged to remain without bias and maintain a sense of equanimity in oneself and a sense of the equality or equal value of whatever is occurring. Of course, it doesn't feel like that to our ego self. The ego self is very certain, no, this is good and that's very bad. I don't want that. Key point for meditators is to recognize in that moment, oh, this is mental activity. This is like a movie. In the movie, somebody is stabbing someone, but nobody is killed. It's theater. It's illusion. But it feels real. This is why meditation is difficult. The true quality of the real is illusion. It is belief in illusion that makes it seem real. This is why films and theater and novels work. We are able to believe in the unreal and make it seem real. But when this mental patterning manifests at the time of death, one finds oneself born into a preta realm. And in the preta realm and in the hell realm, there is no birth process. You're just suddenly there. And this gives a kind of eternal quality. It's always like this, always, always, always. So for these beings, this is very terrible. The more they can't have what they believe they need, the more tormented they are. So this is something really for us to pay attention to. If you consider your own life, you start to see in how many ways, in how many situations, you act as if the answer lies in the object. If only I could be with that person. If only I could have that job. If only my boss would die or vanish, then I would be happy. The source of my trouble and my joy lies in the object. This is the belief of the ego self. If we think about what we looked at yesterday, awareness is not like this. Awareness is the intrinsic bright presence of the mind which is empty. Awareness is not a dualistic consciousness. It's not knowing something or knowing something about something. For awareness, there are no objects. There are no subjects. There is self-arising and self-vanishing appearance. This is the position of all the Buddhas. They live in this relaxed, open clarity within which many different experiences are coming and going. But none of these appearances establish any true existence or real existence. Awareness is an aspect of the source. It is intrinsic to the source, with the source. It is the brightness, or you could say the life of the source. It's not dependent on anything. It is complete. So again, we have Dzogpa Chimbo, the great completion. There is neither lack nor excess. But life is not like this for the ego. The ego is generated by unawareness of how the ground is. Being unaware of its own ground and imagining false grounds, it creates an identity separated from its own environment, and this dualistic perception generates desire and aversion. So this is why Kuntu Sampo is saying, don't try to get rid of desire, because aversion means you're taking it seriously. You're saying this is bad, this is dangerous, I shouldn't have that. And that gives an intensity or validity to the desire. And he's saying also, don't adopt or identify with moments of desire which arise and pass. The source is open. It has no bias. As the texts say, whatever comes, comes. It's not like a good mama trying to protect her vulnerable children. He's saying, don't look to the object to take care of you. Stay relaxed and open on the point, on the middle way, on the moment of arising, not merging in, not pulling away. Then everything is revealed, but without reactivity. So then he says, with the mind released just as it is, awareness settles in its own place. The mind relaxes into its own ground. Just as the rays of light come out from the sun and dissolve, they are not required to go back in a feedback loop to the sun. The sun is the cornucopia, the wish-fulfilling gem. It's permanently offering more. It's not like the light of a candle, which requires the wax to be there and will burn up. Unending light. So, in this book that we just launched recently, Longing for Limitless Light is the name of Amitabha, the Buddha of the section of the mandala concerned with desire. He is the head of the Lotus family. And this relates to the 5 Buddha families that were mentioned earlier in the text. His light has no cause to it. It's not arising due to circumstances. It's just the intrinsic brightness of his Buddha revelation. So the mind, or this knowing capacity, relaxes back into its own ground. It is a manifestation of the energy of the ground. We talk of the mind, but here it's like the mind is empty and radiant, and what we call knowing something is a particular flash of that radiance. So if this mind has been infected with desire, it becomes agitated and is further looking out. But by this energy of wanting to know, wanting to apprehend, by it relaxing back into its own ground of emptiness, then awareness is able just simply to relax and replenish where it is. Because this knowing is like a kind of delinquent turn of the radiance of awareness. It tends to know something, but there are no somethings. So it's a little bit deceitful. It's imagining what it knows. I know what I imagine. This is not out there. This is a little whirlpool of mental activity. So that's what he's saying. If you stay on that midpoint, this little whirlwind will settle, and then the open clarity of awareness will shine forth. So then he says, then may all awaken to discerning illumination. Discerning illumination is one of the 5 wisdoms. It's the purification of desire and the quality of the Buddha Amitabha. Discerning means being able to pay attention to the detail. Diversity arises as the potential of the ground, all the many phenomena of samsara and nirvana. Seeing that they are empty, seeing that their source is the one source, the open source, one can see the details just as they are without applying any subjective particularizing valoration. That is to say, the value of what is experienced, all the forms of the world, everything which arises, the true value is inherent in the arising as an arising. It is appearance and emptiness. Its value is not determined by whether I like it or don't like it. My desire obscures. Now, it doesn't feel like this to the ego. You go looking in the shops for something, say, that's the one I want. Oh, it's very important. I was looking everywhere, but this is the best one. This is your karmic mental activity. It's the best for you. This has nothing to do with the object. It is your projection. And your projection is blinding you to the object. But because you are so excited that you have found the best one, you think you're seeing clearly. So, in order to clarify this for yourself, I suggest you read the Heart Sutra again and again and apply its understanding to all the different things in your world. Persecutors are empty, victims are empty. Shoes that fit me are empty, shoes that don't fit me are empty. Apply it to everything you encounter. The emptiness of everything is the quality revealed by awareness. The solidity and separate identity of things is what is revealed by unawareness. This is vital. This is the basis of liberation. As long as the mind is obscured by dualistic misperception, only suffering will come. Then he moves on to the hell realms. He says, with the appearance of objects taken to be external, there is agitation in the subtle mental formations experiencing fear. What I see outside me is not me. Wanting to protect my lovely existence, I'm looking for advantage and disadvantage. Perceiving some people as dangerous or potential enemies, fear arises in me. It says, this intensifies into the habitual tendency of aversion. If only they weren't here, if only these people didn't exist, if only there were no mosquitoes. I don't like mosquitoes. So when we have this feeling towards any other living form, this gives rise, as he says, to violent wishes to beat and kill those that are taken to be enemies. I don't like mosquitoes. They can carry malaria. I could get really sick and die. These little creatures could kill me. They are dangerous. But the reason I could die is because I've been born. Having been born, we have to die. If your death is delivered by the mosquito postman or the drunk driver postman or the cancer postman, does it matter? We project the danger into the other without really recognizing, oh, the problem is my vulnerability. I am identified with this body as if it was my true home and the limit of my existence. But, we have, in these last years, we have seen so many horrible, murderous actions arising on the basis of this kind of aversion and hatred. With Daesh and Islamic State in Syria and Iraq, and their merciless persecution of the Yazidi people and the Kurds. There is an implacable hatred. And this hatred is supported and intensified by a hierarchical structure of evaluation, being blind to the fact that all phenomena are empty in their emptiness, are equal in their emptiness. My own feelings and ideas mislead me into imagining that there are inherent differences in value in what occurs. So we see this between human beings, where some humans look on others as subhuman. This lets them enslave others and abuse them sexually. It leads them to mass murder, to genocide. We are good people getting rid of this scum, these cockroaches, these rats. This is an amazing thing to think. But when people are filled with this aversive energy, they believe in the truth of their own prejudice. It is virtuous to kill the enemy. When the Crusades went to take back the Holy Land, they did many, many cruel things, because getting rid of the Muslims was seen as some virtuous action. However, as the first crusade was going to the Holy Land, they went via what was then Constantinople, and the good Catholic Europeans decided that these Orthodox Christians were also some kind of scum, and they killed them and threw all their religious treasures in the water and stole the gold. The most terrifying question is, are you one of us? Because if you're not one of us, then we don't need you. You're dead. This text is explaining very clearly how all of these horrendous things occur. It doesn't arise because some people are bad. It arises because the mind is empty, but full of patternings which arise and pass. And if the emptiness of the pattern arising in the empty mind is not seen, then it appears that the thoughts and feelings that arise in us are messengers of truth. So he says then, when the result of anger ripens, there is the agony of being boiled and burned in the hells. And you can read in the general Buddhist teachings about the 8 hot hells, 8 cold hells, intermediate hells, and so on. There's a lot of detail. These are realms where there is no mercy, where your tears and your wailing and your screams has no impact on the hearts of the guards. We've had these events in our human realm already, very recently. So it's important to look around and see the dynamic of how these conflicts arise. And one of the factors nowadays which makes it difficult to see is nationalistic pride and self-deceptive storytelling. At the end of the Second World War, the Catholic Church was active in helping Nazis, war criminals, escape from Austria over the mountains to Rome and then to South America. Because they believe fascism is better than communism. So it's helpful to study a little history, and then you realize we are all mad. We are completely intoxicated by concepts and believe that they tell the truth. So he says then, just very briefly, I, the Buddha, make this evocation so that all sentient beings moving in the 6 realms will, when intense anger arises, let the arising rest in its own place without adopting or rejecting. So this is the same point. Relax in the spacious openness of the mind without merging into the arising anger, without trying to get rid of it. If you leave it alone, it will fly through the sky of your mind like a wild swan. So when there is no reactivity, then, as he says, awareness settles relaxed in its own place. It's not that awareness was displaced from its own place. It's more like, for us as people on the path, this is how we experience it, although awareness from the very beginning never changes from its non-duality with unborn emptiness. We settle into the ever settled awareness. Then he says, then may all beings awaken to the clarifying illumination. This is the mirror-like wisdom, which is the purification of anger in the tantric system. Okay, so we take a break for lunch now. We're back at 2 o'clock. Good. Thank you. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Bon appetit. Have a good meal. Happiness. Bye, bye. Okay, let's continue. So I hope you get a sense of the flow of the text and how every development that's occurring is, you can link back to the same source and having two paths. Because the central point is that everything that arises for us, our body, our thoughts, feelings, possessions, country, and so on, is itself the display of the ground. And the thoughts that we have about this, the opinions, the judgments, don't make any difference to the actual quality of everything as the self-appearance of the ground. For example, if you look in a mirror, you see many different reflections occurring. The nature of the reflection is the display of the potential of the mirror to show reflections. So whatever you think about the quality of the reflection, whether it's beautiful or ugly or meaningful or meaningless, these don't touch the actual or true quality of the reflection, which is simply to be a reflection, an empty appearance. It's not that you shouldn't have opinions about the reflections, but it's to recognize the low status or the lack of true definition in your opinions. And the more you see that your opinions don't establish any true facticity to what you are thinking and talking about, then maybe you yourself realize, oh, I don't need to develop this kind of opinion, because what arises as the self-display of the open ground is valid just as that. And my opinion about it is adding the ego value to the situation, which is probably not going to help me very much. So then our mind can become more calm. As he was saying, our thoughts and feelings inflected by the 5 poisons can just relax and dissolve in their own place. Okay, so now we go on to the next category, which is the God realm. According to the tradition, there are different levels of the God realm. There are the 8 formless God realms. There are the pure God form realms, and there are the desire realms. So he says, when the mind is swollen with pride, one's intellect becomes competitive and contemptuous towards others. Due to the arising of fierce pride, one experiences the suffering of quarreling with others. When the result of this activity ripens, one is born as a god and experiences ejection and downfall. So sometimes in the description of pride, it's more presenting it just as a kind of sense of inflation. But here he's highlighting that it's not just me up, me superior, but you down, you inferior. And it's indicating also that pride is quite blind. We often find some quality that we have, some basic skill, and we develop it, and we want to develop it more and more because it gives us a pathway to feeling special. And then even if the activity that we're doing is good in a formal sense, because our motivation is self-referential, the activity becomes simply samsaric. So the comment that's sometimes made from the Mahayana point of view would be that if a meditator is going through the jhanas, the different levels of ever increasing mental absorption, then if the motive is to become really successful or to reach the end and to become a great meditator and to free myself from all disturbance, then the consequence of that is I am so preoccupied with ensuring my own success that I disregard the needs of others. Because the outcome of doing this very intensive, inwardly focused meditation practice is to attain these highest formless realms where there is just the most fine level of consciousness. There's no body even. And that's why in the Mahayana tradition, when we're doing our practice, we first of all develop the intention that the practice will be for the benefit of all beings. We include all beings in our visualization. And then at the end, we dedicate the merit to all beings. And we say things like, I will do whatever is necessary to help beings, which is to say, I will be interruptible. If you ask me, I have to respond. Whereas if you're trying to develop these intense, uninterrupted meditation states, you don't want anybody making requests. Moreover, because what's being developed is something quite precisely on your own terms, you're fulfilling your vision, then other people become very annoying because they want you to recruit you into their plan, or they want to offer their comment on how they think you're doing. Oh, then you say, leave me alone, go away, stop it. You're spoiling it. So this leads to the kind of quarreling he's describing. And he says the result of this activity is that you're born as a god and experiences ejection and downfall. He's not saying due to this you become a god and you live in a beautiful palace and you have music all day long and delicious food and wonderful clothes. He's highlighting every created thing will vanish. You have created the basis for being born in a God realm, but it won't be there forever. Your period there will come to an end. You will be rejected by the other gods. The garlands of flowers around your neck will start to smell. They will fade, and your own body will start to smell. And then people look at you in disgust. And because you have been in this easy realm for so long, your psychic skin, your ego membrane is so sensitive that it feels devastating. And then you fall out of the heaven. You have to go someplace else where life is much more rough and crude. You cannot make a permanent refuge inside samsara. Because of course, everything is just made of energy. Energy moving in a field of energy cannot be stabilized. Patterns arise and they seem to be, oh, this is it, I've arrived. But then they vanish. Across the world, we can see that so many presidents try to get the laws changed so that they can become president for life. With their private jets and big limousines, they have a kind of godlike realm. And so, of course, they want to be president for life. Why would I ever have a downfall from this? And so, in order to stay president, I will lie and cheat and steal and put anyone who stands up to me in prison. In order to maintain my wonderful position, I will create the karmic conditions for very difficult consequences later. So pride is it's a waste of time. So then he says, I, the Buddha, make this evocation so that all sentient beings who become conceited will, at that time, release their mental formations where they are. This is very sweet. He's saying, due to his good wishes or blessing, whenever a thought arises in a sentient being, I am special, I am superior, they will be able to see that although this might look sweet, it is actually toxic. I have Dharma diabetes, and this kind of sugar is not good for me. So your sweet words praising me, not for me. I want equanimity. So how wonderful if we could recognize the temptation in the moment that it arises without going on a long, painful journey before we realized what we had done. So when the mind's dualistic energy is not agitated because it's able to release itself from this confection, this construction, then awareness is refreshed or replenished in its own place. Rigpa has never been harmed or got sick, but it is as if it heals in the moment that the dualistic agitation subsides. And on the basis of this, may all beings gain or awaken to the wisdom of equalness. As we looked with the example of the mirror before, maybe you have some good quality and people admire you for it. You think, I have this quality, but actually it is released from our potential. Some karmic factor has allowed this to ripen and manifest through us. So it is true that this quality is manifesting. We might say it's manifesting as me, but I'm not manifesting it. It is the manifestation of the ground, just as the reflection is the manifestation of the potential of the mirror. So what this is indicating is that you don't have to become ascetic and reject everything. You can enjoy your quality, but not build on top of it. So, for example, if you are a talented musician and you can play the piano very well and you play Chopin, this is a talent which has ripened due to your activity and the supportive conditions around you. So you can allow this to shine through you and out the other side. Then you go to the supermarket and stand in the queue. You can have a pulsation, special, ordinary, special, ordinary. The danger for pride is that you get stuck on the special and you don't want to take the other side of the pulsation. Because the more you hold on to it, the more you believe it is me. A good sailor in a little dinghy is good at turning the boat to catch the wind. Oh, very good sailor, but he's not making the wind blow, collaborating with the wind. And he knows, even if I'm a good sailor, if the wind stops, not much to do. So these moments of competence or skill arise and pass. Well, it's a very good practice. Happy to expand, happy to contract. And the purification or the awakening here is that you have unbiased illumination. This is the wisdom of equality. Whatever the world shows as our position, we are the radiance of the ground. Whether people praise us or insult us, whether we become rich or poor, whether people think we're attractive or ugly, this doesn't alter the fact that we are the radiance of the ground. So as we have looked, the most important thing is to turn towards your own source. Who is the one who is seeing? Who is the one who is hearing? And find the source out of which this light of disclosure arises. So then we go on to the demigods, the asuras. They live on the lower slopes of Mount Meru. In the geographical, or you could say mythological accounts, it says that in their land there is a wondrous tree which grows. And this tree grows up into the sky, up into the next level, which is the God realm. And the delicious fruit of the tree becomes available for the gods, but not for these demigods. And this makes the demigods very, very angry because they're jealous. It's our fruit. How come you're eating it? So he says, due to intensification of the tendency to dualize, so means we are the asuras. We are the people who live here. This is our tree. We are not you. Go away. They don't try to negotiate with the gods and say, oh, can we perhaps share the harvest? Because it's very clear, black and white, you are taking our thing, we hate you. So from this, he says, there is the agitation of praising oneself and denigrating others. Look at us, we are the good people. We keep this wonderful tree, we keep it so healthy. And you steal, you are horrible. So from this, there's a ever increasing sense of quarrelsome rivalry. And anything that the other side do is seen as a provocation. When this kind of energy is practiced a lot in life, this feeds into taking birth as a jealous god, enduring mutilation and killing. And this is a very difficult situation. You have taken this from me. You are wrong. I am good. And so the asuras ride out to fight with the gods. But when the gods ride out on their horses, their sword, when it cuts into the asura and cuts off an asura's arm, both the body of the asura and the arm lying on the ground are full of pain. The asuras cannot win. They don't have the same power as the gods, but they feel so outraged and so jealous that they have blind rage. You are taking what is mine. And this makes them crazy. And they kill, but then they have the consequence that when they come out of the demigod realm, they plunge straight into hell. So it's as if they're always being exposed to the humiliation of their lack of power. As we know in love triangles, it's the person who feels that they are losing their beloved to someone else can feel completely annihilated. And then, of course, that madness leads them to kill the one they love. If I can't have you, no one else will. So you can see the madness is rooted in the sense that I can have another person. I can own another person. You can be mine. It's a terrible, terrible situation to be in. And it's grounded in the sense that the other is possessible, is some kind of commodity. And this relates back to the first line of this section. I love you. You are the one I want. It means I am the subject, you are the object, and you look good to me. You are the right kind of object for me. I'm not so interested in you as a subject. Don't fight with me, don't cause trouble, just do what I like. If you make me happy, I'll love you more and more and more. So this is the structure of duality. I'm the subject, you're the object. And in the love triangle, when the object, who is often the woman, wakes up to say, hey, I'm also a subject, I'm going off with someone who'll treat me better. So now I'm stuck as the object, the one who is abandoned. I return to my subjectivity by thinking, I'll kill you. You won't do that to me. In English, they say, I'll swing for you. Means I'm happy enough to murder you and then I'll be arrested and hanged, but I don't care. So here you can see that a word like duality or dualize has many, many implications in the dynamics of interaction. So then he says, I, the Buddha, make this evocation so that those born to rivalry and fighting will cease from enmity and release these mental formations where they are. It means even if you annoy me and I'm provoked and I'm on the point of stabbing you, I look at your face and I see your eyes and I see your fear. If I stay with my murderous rage, your fear will energize me to kill you because you're just a victim. But if the light coming in through my eyes, showing me your fear and that you're afraid of me, if that touches me to see, oh, you also are a subject, you have feelings, you don't want to die, then this starts to loosen the intensity of my animosity. And then I can perhaps realize, oh, anger is arising in me. This is poisoning me and endangering you. And then we might be able to release these mental formations so that they just vanish. If I feel you deserve to die, this means that I feel I have a total knowledge of who you are and what your value is. But when we realize, oh, you are a subject, not an object, I can measure the size of my shoes or the size of my cooking pans, but I can't measure your value as a person. You are unknowable. I can't put you in my box. And therefore, these feelings and mental constructs that seem to be catching you with definite knowledge can wake up, think, wow, this is a madness. Something has come over me and I lost myself by imagining that I knew you. And this then revitalizes our capacity to stay present and aware. So we say, may this happen for all sentient beings. And may they all awaken to illumination's unimpeded activity. This is the wisdom which can accomplish everything, which is in the tantric system, the purification of jealousy. Then we have the animals. Due to non-recollection, apathy, distraction, and dullness, torpor, forgetfulness, and fainting, laziness, and stupidity, there is the result of wandering as an animal without protection. So in London, it's raining and it's a bit cold, and it's Sunday afternoon. Maybe we should just sit and eat some chocolate and watch a movie. What a nice way to pass some time. Much better than struggling with a hard Buddhist text. If we sit on the sofa, it's nice, and maybe we even fall asleep. So these lucky non-studying people unfortunately, they are developing these qualities of apathy, distraction, dullness, torpor, forgetfulness, and so on. Our modern culture is quite incredible. So much money goes into the production of entertainment so that you can be distracted from daily life and taken into a fantasy world and be protected from having to think about ethical issues like should we have a booster jab in rich countries or give the vaccine to poorer countries. This kind of mental laziness creates a kind of stupidity. Many people say, oh, I don't want to think about these things. It's too much, too much. So what he's saying here is that whenever your mind seeks comfort in the outer object and seeks to use the qualities of the outer object to distract your attention from how you actually are, these events and moments, one after another, gradually accumulate as the basis for being born as an animal. And as he says, an animal without protection. We have probably all seen these pictures of these huge polar bears floating on little bits of ice. The amount of open sea increases so that they can't go from one place to another very easily. Even the mighty elephants are in danger from people who want to cut off their tusks. The rhinoceros, which in its charging rage is incredibly powerful, is also shot so that somebody can cut off its horn. Lions and tigers are shot for their skins and their teeth and their claws. So even the animals at the top of the food chain are vulnerable and without protection. Farmers castrate their animals, tie them up, decide when they should die. To be born as an animal is to have no freedom. When I look out of my window and I see the little robin which hops around in my small front garden, it's always a little bit anxious because the neighbor's cat wants to eat it. So we see this again and again. If an animal is owned by someone, they're at the mercy of the owner's desire. And if they're not owned, then nobody's there to protect them. For, for this reason, they say we should be careful to practice mindfulness. Mindfulness means not daydreaming, but being here in this moment, attentive to what is occurring, not sleeping too much, not eating too much, studying, doing meditation practice, doing socially useful work, and not setting limits on oneself, not coming to premature conclusions. That is to say, we have to know that the 5 poisons are present in all beings and they're present in us. This state of stupidity or mental dullness is not just a lack of cognitive capacity and an ability to think about things, but it develops a tendency to rely on assumptions. When we're talking about animals, we often use words like instinct. So an instinct arises in an animal as a non-conceptual assumption about how to proceed. It means the animal manifests a pattern of behavior without analyzing whether it's valid or not. So we are the fortunate ones. We have a chance to study, to reflect, to try to understand more, and to have compassion, to truly think about how do we benefit other people? How do we benefit animals? All activity links together in the great matrix of dependent origination. So it's important if you eat meat or fish to know what you do, but not to know about what happens in an abattoir is a sign of mental dullness. So then he says, I, the Buddha, make this evocation so that those who sink in the darkness of stupidity, for those beings, bright clarity of recollection will arise. So if you recollect when he was first talking at the beginning of the text about the development of ignorance, he was saying it is dark and without recollection and oblivion. So he's saying, I, the Buddha, offer this evocation or this connective good wish so that all those who sink in the darkness of stupidity, all those who are animals or who are heading for life as an animal, for them, the bright clarity of recollection will arise. That is to say, they'll be able to see, oh, what is going on? Here I am. What is this? And it brings them to a sharper sense of the context that they are in and the decisions that come from that. Oh, some of you will be familiar with the 4 thoughts that turn the mind from samsara. Thinking about the difficulty of gaining a precious human birth in which we have contact with the Dharma, the power of karma, including how virtue and non-virtue operate. But in particular, we focus on impermanence and death. I'm going to die. I don't know when I'm going to die, but for sure I will die. I have opportunities for study and practice. If you look at the birds or the cows or your cat, they don't have these possibilities. So I decide, oh, I'm going to practice. But it's been a long week and I'm tired. I'll do it next week. Then we have to remember death. Maybe I won't have any next week. The virtue and the Dharma I don't do today, I won't do tomorrow. Because tomorrow brings its Dharma to be done and virtue to be done. You can see how all the general teachings on Dharma lead into the same point. Don't waste this chance. Because we all need to face this sad fact. We have a mind, but we don't know what our mind is. We can talk about our feelings and our memories and this, that, and everything. But the mind, which is our basis, we don't attend to. Cows can't do this. People in hell can't do it. Hungry ghosts can't do it. Jealous gods can't do it. And people in the gods realm don't see any need to do it. We are the truly lucky ones who have this, we have this chance. And so he's saying, for all the animals and all those with the tendencies to stupidity, may they awaken to the illumination unreliant on thoughts. So this is the heart of our meditation. We're sitting, relaxed and open. Thoughts arise. We don't need to rely on them. We don't need to get rid of them. We're just passing through. The mind is like space. The wind which moves through the sky with so much power, sometimes like a hurricane, cannot touch space. It just goes through space. Space is not a thing. In the same way, when you see that your awareness is empty of substance, that it is not a thing, then when the thought arises, the thought can't grasp hold of the mind. It just passes through the mind. It goes straight through. And the mind remains relaxed and open. So this is the 5th of these 5 wisdoms, the wisdom of all-encompassing space, Dharma Dhatu Jhana. Then he says in the summary, each and every sentient being in the three realms has equally the same source as me, the Buddha. So there is no sentient being, there is no one with a mind anywhere whose mind is not arising from this source. What we call my mind is the third aspect of the quality of the source, which is the responsivity of the energy which arises spontaneously from the ground. That is to say, what I call my mind is the movement of the mind. But what is hidden from me is my mind as openness, as emptiness, and my mind as self-luminous display. So he's saying, actually, there is not the least difference between your mind and my mind. We have the same source. Kuntu Zangpo, Samantabhadra has always been aware of this non-duality or non-separation between the source and what arises with the source. However, as he says, the source arising from the source became the source of non-recollection and delusion. So you have to be clear here. Awareness of the source is called Buddha. Buddha is connected with all beings and continuously works for the benefit of beings. But the source is without bias. It is the source of samsara, limitation, and nirvana, freedom. So delusion arises with the non-recognition of the source. This is not separate from the source, and yet it doesn't define the source. It's not that the source is unaware of itself. The quality of the source is that it is self-luminous, and that is called awareness. But this dull non-recollection can arise, and it arises as a pattern of energy. It's not the source itself, but it is connected with the source. So not seeing the source, having no recollection of the source, goes from a passive not knowing to a more active, oh, it's this, it's that, and imagining these structures of delusion. And now they are busy with pointless activity. Pointless activity means believing in duality. You imagine that you're living in a world of competition, and so you have to strive to gain success. This might involve cheating your colleagues at work, giving them extra difficult work to do. For example, in a hospital system, referring very difficult patients to someone you see as a rival so that they will get lots of complaints and difficulty. Then it looks as if you are much better as a therapist than they are. You are victorious. What is the point of this? You've done lying and cheating. You've acted against the welfare of others, and you're calling this success. So when we look at how we behave and how other beings behave, we see that they are very, very blinkered and looking in a very short-term focus about winning and losing, not being awake to or aware of the ground out of which you are manifesting moment by moment, staying in relaxed contact with the bright immediacy of each moment. When we fall asleep into the cultural beliefs and the family requirements and our pride and jealousy and the other poisons, and that keeps us making the unimportant important and keeping the important invisible. So we take a break now till 1:45, just over 20 minutes. See you then. Okay. So we'll just move on now to conclude the text. So he says then that for all these sentient beings who have suffered this non-recollection or this unawareness of their own source, their activities of the 6 poisons become like a deluding dream. In a dream, that which is not actually the case appears to be the case. And so inside that structure, that which seems desirable is for us desirable. That which seems for us horrible is for us horrible. And so we end up in a ceaseless reactivity. And this movement of subject and object together becomes an energizing system, which leads to a kind of ceaseless unfolding of a very limited set of possibilities. Due to this, we have what is sometimes described as the 4th level of ignorance, which is the ignorance of not understanding the nature of karma. Karma, the basis for karma is the belief in duality, taking myself to be the subject and you to be the object, having a sense of my profile in relation to your profile. The energizing quality of these poisons comes into play, and I am clear that my intention is to help you or to harm you. It can also be that my intention is to help myself, and the fact that that will harm you is not even in my mind. If I decide to steal some money from your pocket while you have gone off to the toilet, I'm focused on the fact, now I have some money. Later, when you go out to the shops to buy something and you put your hand in your pocket, you have no money. But in my with the absence of empathic attunement, I don't have any sympathy for you. So I've taken the money, I've got the money in my hand, and I'm glad. So these 4 linked factors come together. There's you and me, there's my intention towards you, my enactment of my intention, and my conclusion that that's good. This creates, if these 4 factors are all aligned, it creates an unimpeded movement or an unimpeded organization, so that the energy involved in this arousal becomes a tendency or a tilt or an impulse arising in me. And then at some time later, some factor will arise which will call to the surface the consequent patterning of my experience. So, having disregarded the impact of my action on you, it is likely that at the time of the result, no one will be concerned with the consequences for me. But when this consequence manifests in a future life, I have no recollection of the causal incident. And so I might be suffused with self-pity. How terrible that this should happen to me, and nobody cares. They're horrible. So now I have aversion to these people because I'm seeing a fault in them, but this interaction has arisen as a consequence of my own behavior. So sometimes if we get sick, we go to the doctor and they tell us, oh, this is some genetic disorder, or this has been due to air pollution in your city and so on. it's unlikely that the doctor will say, oh, this is the ripening of the consequences of your previous bad behavior. So the medical diagnosis is pointing to you being the recipient or the victim of the movement of certain kind of forces. And all we can say is, oh, it's a bad luck that this happened to you. These things happen. So from the Dharma point of view, what is really important is to see that you are a participant in the unfolding of the patterning of your experience. Things don't just happen. In the text, it says all phenomena arise from causes. There it's referring to ignorance and karma. So it's not just bad luck. We are not helpless victims. We are participants within the particular drama that we encounter. And so it's very important to try to understand how this drama arises and what it is constituted out of. And he says, I am the primordial Buddha. In order to educate beings in the 6 realms with my emanations, by this evocation of Samantabhadra, may all sentient beings without exception awaken to perfect enlightenment in all-encompassing space. So Samantabhadra, like all the Buddhas, is on our side. In modern alienated city life, we might feel a bit lonely and disconnected from the life going on around us. And you might feel, oh, who cares about me? The answer is all the Buddhas care. But if you turn your back on the Buddha, you'll never know. The way they care is by offering connectivity. So in tantric practice, we make many offerings and prayers and visualizations, all of which are about generating the felt sense of our being in direct contact with the Buddha or Padmasambhava or Tara. If we turn towards them, we will find that they are already turned towards us. When you visualize Tara and you imagine her looking at you and she is smiling and rays of light are coming from her and melting into you, this allows you to have some taste of the meaning of inner luminosity. The light that is arising in the mind as these forms you can visualize or imagine. This is the ground source revealing itself in front of you. When we invite the pure form of the deity to merge into the form that we have visualized out of our own commitments from the initiation, they come from the pure source. The source is embracing the radiance of the source. There is the same source for the forms of awareness and unawareness. This is not a kind of Manichaean view of there is a God factory and a devil factory and they're each producing their own people. Everything arises from the source. To awaken to this, to be aware of it, to see it, is to be settled in undisturbed integrity with the whole. Not to see it is to find ourselves in realms of imagined entities which seem to carry an inherent value. And because we perceive an inherent value in them, we react to them as if they were real things with these qualities. And because of that, all these patterns of duality that he's just been describing arise. But just because we see something doesn't mean that it's actually there. The image of a mirage is often used in the teachings. When you see the water shimmering on the road in front of you on a hot day, you see water, but there is no water, but you see water. So it's like that. We see entities. There are no entities, but we see entities. What you have with the mirage is the impact of the light and the hot air shimmering above the road, which creates this imagery which is similar to water. It is the appearance of water, which is empty of water. What we bring to it is our belief that it is water. When we believe in the reality of the illusion, we are deluded. It's not to say that there is nothing at all there. There is appearance which creates the illusion of water. That's undeniable. But there is no actual water. If you see that illusion is illusion, you awake from the delusion of believing there is really water. And we see then it was a mere appearance, an appearance which has no substantial basis and no inherent existence. An appearance which was not the appearance of something, although it appeared to be, but instead it is an appearance which is the appearance of nothing and yet appearing as something. So this is what samsara is. It is a creative elaboration on the basis of something insubstantial. But once the idea arises for us that we know the truth of what is there, then we become committed to investing the mere appearance or the illusory appearance with a reality that it does not have. So my belief is investing importance in the appearance, and this has an affective consequence for me. I have some feelings about it. Because I have these feelings, they are reassuring me that indeed there is something there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the feelings. Now, being convinced that there is something there, I become committed to maintaining this as a fact. And the illusion becomes a cause of sorrow. So I am getting old. I remember being young, but I'm not the same as I was when I was young. That's a fact. And so I have to not entertain the kind of thoughts I had when I was younger, because I don't live at that address anymore. And this is useful because then it helps me prepare for dying and so on. But I live in Great Britain. I live in very Great Britain, extremely Great Britain. And Great Britain will always be great. And because we are so great, we have many potholes in the roads in London, outside the accident and emergency departments in the hospitals. We have queues of ambulances waiting to bring patients in, but there are no beds for them. And I could give a whole list of the many, many problems of British life. One reason we have all these problems is because we keep pretending to be Great Britain. Because we are great, we must have independence and a big army and a big air force and a big navy with big fancy ships to maintain the illusion, which is a delusion, that we are great. But it is obvious if you walk about in London, it's a dirty city with things which are falling apart. The public services are very, very poor. If you open your eyes and you look at politics and economics, you can see directly the consequence of not seeing that you would prefer to fall asleep in delusion than to wake up on painful facts. So we have this with climate change. We don't want to face up to the fact that the future is likely to be difficult. Better just to dream. But sooner or later, the gap between how it is and how we believe it to be manifests. And as we know, that's often the cause in countries for revolutions, military takeovers, and so on. We should not imagine that the future will be peaceful. It's not about being frightened, it's just about seeing the causal patterns which are manifesting. What is important is not to be sucked into these powerful belief systems, but to see them as empty phenomena and to maintain equanimity. Because every time we react to something as if it were real, this confirms the importance of reactivity. And the reactivity of subject to object is the little two-stroke engine that keeps samsara turning. So in relation to what he's saying, in order for all beings to awaken, they have to awaken inside the Dharma Dhatu, inside the space of all phenomena, which is the welcoming face of the source. We are already within this space because everything is illusion. But the horrors of climate change appear to be real. It would seem to be a sign of unkind indifference to say, oh, these things happen. If you are concerned, then you have to get involved. But of course, to be involved is to be turned into the rotating drum, which will wind you in. And you will find yourself bound into reactivity. There will always be something to march about in the streets and shout about, whether it's police violence or rich people not paying taxes, all sorts of reasons. But while you're looking out at all these challenging and difficult events, you're not looking at your mind. So you have some years, hopefully, before you die. We began yesterday with this 3-hour practice and the 5 questions. This is very, very important. This is a method by which you yourself on your own meditation cushion can come close to yourself. It's not a dogma. It's nothing you have to believe. It's an invitation to see how it is. If you see how it is, then you find, oh, it's not what I thought it was. Then you can stay with how it is and allow all the power of these habitual belief systems to gradually thin out like mist in the morning sun. Oh, now we have the final section, which is some direction as to how to practice the recitation of this evocation. So it says, from now on, when a powerful yogi with the intrinsic clarity of awareness free of delusion recites this powerful evocation, all sentient beings who hear it will be fully awakened in 3 lifetimes. So maybe you can Google local powerful yogi and see if there is anyone living near you. If not, then you will have to practice being that very powerful yogi yourself. This requires you to at least turn in the direction of the intrinsic clarity of awareness free of delusion. The key thing to remember is that this is not the result or the product of a particular kind of practice. This is the actual truth of how you are. You simply have to be aware of it. What stops you being aware of it is that you are focused in your dualistic consciousness on the never-ending interactions of subject and object. That's why the Guru Yoga practice is so important. In the Tibetan tradition, the Guru Yoga is very, 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 very central, because it is the simplest, most direct way of dissolving the delusion of the duality of subject and object. And when you dissolve that, or rather, not that you actively dissolve it, when you, by non-activation, when you observe it dissolving just there immediately, then unawareness melts like the darkness in the face of the rising sun. I am not you. So this is our basic dualistic structure. But if you follow the tantric style, guru yoga, either with the actual guru or with a deity like Tara, Chenrezig, Padmasambhava, whoever, we pray to them. We say, I am here, look at me, take care of me. I need you. I need you. So when you bring the force of devotion and desperation into that, the deity or the guru becomes the presence of all the others. It's as if all the many, many things in the world that you could focus on are collected into this one form, which is explicitly appearance and emptiness. So in the world, there are many, many things, but we can gather all of these possible foci of our attention into this one form. All the forms of samsara, all the Buddhas, all the Bodhisattvas, they are present in this one form, present as form and emptiness. This is all there is. From this figure, we received the 4 initiations: white light to the forehead, red light to the throat, blue light into the heart, and then all the lights coming all together. Then we, through this rays of light coming from them, our body becomes full of light. Then their body of light comes to the top of our head and shrinks in size until it comes in through the top of our head into our heart. And then our body, which by now is a body of light, dissolves into that ball, so that there is only one small ball of light. Then it gets smaller and smaller until it vanishes. And then there is nothing. But you are present with the nothing. No thoughts, no reliance on feelings, just aware. In that moment, you have the chance to dissolve this first level of unawareness. And you experience directly the non-duality of awareness and openness. Resting in that, gradually sounds, sensations, and so on start to arise. If you are completely present, you see they are arising in and from the openness. There is no other source. However, a thought might arise. Back here again. If you follow that thought, then the meditation was a short holiday, because you are believing a thought about what is occurring as the validator of truth. So allow whatever comes to come. Thoughts arise, you don't know how to meditate, this is stupid, you're just yourself, nothing's changed. All thoughts, sensations, feelings are inseparable from the source. Don't react. You, for sure, you have heard the story of Buddha or Prince Siddhartha's enlightenment as Buddha Shakyamuni at Bodh Gaya. He's sitting under the Bodhi tree and he decides, I'm not going to move from here. And he touches the earth. As the earth is my witness, I will stay here until I awaken. And the Maras, the demons, the tempters arrive. Frightening figures, erotic figures, stupid figures, all doing their best to shake him out of his settled open state. And he's just sitting. If you see the Tibetan paintings of this, the tankas, you see the Maras pulling their bow and arrow, and as the arrow approaches the Buddha, it turns into a flower. The danger, the threat becomes an ornament. This is what we also have to do. It's a lonely business, sitting doing practice. Only we can, through our understanding of the teachings and our trust in the lineage, through the various great gurus, right back to the time of Samantabhadra, as these teachings have been handed on. This devotion is like a hand in our back, saying, "Whoa, steady, sister, it's okay, it's okay." And then we just sit. And if we get a little lost, we catch the temptation to react further to the reaction that has occurred, and we stay open. Whatever comes, comes. We let it come because it will not touch us. The mind is like the mirror. These arisings are like the reflection. The reflection is in the mirror, but it doesn't touch the mirror. So this is exactly what the Buddha Shakyamuni was sitting through. By not reacting, he became freed from the conditioned. He awakened to the unconditioned. So if we do this, then we also become the powerful yogi with intrinsic clarity of awareness free of delusion. Then we should recite this powerful evocation, the one we have been studying, and all sentient beings who hear it will be fully awakened in 3 lifetimes. In the Dzogchen tradition, they talk about the transmission or the lineage whereby this pointing out or introduction to is made available. It's unlikely that your mother or your father told you these things, or any teacher in school. If we are lucky enough to come in contact with the tradition, then the door is open for us and we're given access to the possibility of recognizing our own mind is like the mirror. So the job of the teacher is to be in the state of the mirror and allow the teaching to flow through like a ceaseless flow of reflections without any egoic complication being added in. And when you listen with an open mind, then you start to see, oh, your mind is like the mirror. So if beings can hear this, then they have a chance within 3 lifetimes to awaken. Then now he points to the particular times when the power of this prayer is energized. If when the sun or moon is eclipsed in Rahu's grasp, means when there is a lunar or solar eclipse, or there are unusual sounds or earthquakes. For example, if you are in the mountains in the Alps, for example, in the early springtime and the snow is starting to melt, sometimes you get a booming crack as a big piece of ice falls, and there is a shock. These shocks are important. In Tibetan, say hedewa, means shocked open, shocked out of thought, out of habitual construction. Or at the solstice or the turn of the year, like a kind of change of direction. In a few weeks, we come to the winter solstice. If we're in the northern hemisphere, so the days have been getting shorter and shorter, and then it turns and they start to get longer. So these points of turning are considered important. Just as if you work with your breath, we breathe in and we breathe out. But when you start to become closer to your breath, you breathe out and hold, and then breathe in and hold. And so you have a loop with two pauses, in and out. So the pause is like a stillness, and the breath in and breath out is movement. But it's not just the interruption that's important, because you see in that moment, there's nothing. So in some tradition, they say when the mind moves, the 10,000 things arise. Or say that the mind travels on the breath the way the rider travels on a horse. So if you're fully present in that time when there is nothing, then the movement arises from the nothing and goes into nothing, and arises from nothing and goes into nothing. And then you have more sense of the source and its display. So he says at these times, yogis should visualize themselves as Samantabhadra, very simple, naked, because there is no ornamentation or covering, blue because open like the sky. This nakedness indicates this is not a mediated path of symbolism, but it's direct, unelaborated, uncontrived. And in that state, you recite the evocation so that all can hear. I mean, you can say it out loud. Even if no one else is there, you say it out loud. Then it says, then for all sentient beings in the three worlds. It means all beings who have a mind, wherever they are, the recitation of this evocation by yogis will bring gradual relief from suffering, and they will eventually awaken to Buddhahood. So this is very wonderful, where you become someone who can also give other beings a chance. In Tibetan daily ritual practice, which was the main focus in most Tibetan monasteries, people recite a lot of lineage prayers. And in my time in India with Siya Lama, we translated many of these prayers. And when we recite them, we have this gratitude that I got it from you, and you got it from your teacher, and he got it from his teacher, and she got it from, and so on, all the way back to the time of Kuntu Sampo. And at each stage, the function of the teacher is to help people link to themselves. Linking to the lineage is the same as linking to yourself. Subject and object arise together. Both are empty. So there is no true opposition between them. But as long as you believe they are truly separate, that's how it will function for you. So we take our place in the lineage. When we take the Bodhisattva vow, then at the end we say, today I become a child of the Buddhas, meaning a Bodhisattva. What could be more beautiful than to be a child of the Buddha? We say, now I am born in this noble family. May I never act in a way that would dishonor this noble family. It's very beautiful. Now we find a new way of being, an invitation to be reborn, to be born from the Dharma, to be born into the womb of Prajnaparamita, to be born into the source and then born out of the source. Then in all situations, at all times, whether life is easy or difficult, whether you're happy or sad, you don't lose your way. So this is exactly the point of the three statements of Garab Dorji. Directly open to the open, then you see, oh, it's like this. It is this. Then not remaining in doubt. The second point means don't conceptualize what has occurred. Relax back into it, but don't think about it. It's not about deciding that this is true. It's about allowing the truth of this to shine through you as you. And then the third point is to continue in this way. That is to say, whatever experiences arise, thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on, keep them in the whole, keep them in the circle, in the tigli. If the thought arises and goes out and it turns back and says, oh, what is that? Then you start to think, oh, but what is this? Thoughts lead to thoughts. Openness leads to the source. Keep the thoughts in the whole, and then they don't, you deprive them of the power to activate the delusion of duality. So this brings us to the end of the discussion of this text. There's a lot of detail in what we have covered, but the main point is to turn you towards your own mind. And you can read the text again and again. With regard to the Guru Yoga, we have another book which will come out soon, which will give details about the Guru Yoga. There are many, many things to study, but you're going to die. So study the main thing, explore your mind, get close to your mind. That's where the treasure is hidden. So it's time to say thank you to Pedro for managing the Zoom and recording it so that it can be made available later. And to thank our translators, Milton and Bartek, Juan and Robert. It's a lot of work to stay focused and manage some of these difficult sentences. And of course, this is part of our participation together. If you've been watching these teachings, your own contribution, your gift to it is your focused attention, which supports us all in doing the work. So I wish you a good practice, and we will have these 2 weekends in the new year and some Wednesday evenings of question and answer and so on as well. Good. So now it's bye-bye time. Bye-bye.
Hora de tchau, tchau.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
So much,
Bye.
James.
Besos,
Thank you.
muchas
James,
gracias.
thank you,
Ate.
everybody.
James,
Bye.
Wonderful.
participantes.
Bye,
Thank you very much.
James. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, James.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Milton, Pedro.
I
Wish
don't
you a
get
good
to see those
bye-bye.
things very much.
Bye.
Now very good.
Take care.
Merry
Thank you, Milton.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy Christmas.